I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs bloom. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make the man, and some pressure make a gemstone. Try to put $1 to my name, like Creflo. Ninja boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. When I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a prison like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way grown, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way grown, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama hip, so thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got blue souls, cause I'm way grown, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got blue souls, cause I'm way grown, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Aslı.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Aslı.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running.
Sorry for what?
But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, Bob. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. It's so good to see all of you guys today. Thank you all so much for being here. A very special blue hearts for Devlin in the chat tonight. Really warms my heart, guys. Thank you so much. I'm not going to greet everybody like I usually do because we have a special guest tonight and it's Jessica Peckham, who is Devlin's mother. So, and Jordan Winters, welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Thanks so much. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate you all. So without further ado, hola, JH. I do want to say to Jessica, thank you so much for being here and welcome to the show.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah. And we've talked a little bit. Jessica and I are pretty familiar with each other, so you guys might kind of realize that banter a little bit tonight. But basically, I'm just going to ask Jessica some questions and let her get her story out because I don't think that she's been allowed to really get her voice out there. I don't think Devlin has had the coverage that he deserves. And I think that it's really important that we get this awareness out. We also are going to have Kiki join us in a little bit later on tonight. So it's going to be a good show. You guys will really enjoy it. Jessica, first off, I just want to start out um, with, starting from the beginning. Your pregnancy with Devlin, giving birth to him, and I know you've told me this before too, and your relationship to Adam Nolan. A lot of the viewers are um, knowledgeable about that. So, Adam Nolan is Devlin's bio father, and then you're his mother. So I kind of just wanted to start there.
Okay, where do you want me to start with Adam? Like how we met?
I mean, not necessarily, just kind of like, I mean, obviously you guys were in a relationship. Were you married?
No, I was never married to Adam Nolan.
Okay, I didn't think so. I want to make sure. And like I said, I might ask you
Timothy,
questions that you already know I know the answers to. But then,
Timothy
yeah,
Hatfield is my first husband, and Tim and I got married when Devlin was 9 months old. Just to put this out there before we start, though, Devlin's
yeah,
baby brother is 3 years old and NPO. Probably about 20 minutes into this, I'm gonna have to go unhook him from his machine. He's on his last feed of the night.
no worries. That is not a problem. I will just talk up here. And like I said, Kiki might have joined around that time. I'm not sure exactly when, but I told her just kind of come on in, because she has the link. So. Yeah, yeah, and then, with your pregnancy with, Devlin, so you and Adam were together back then, and, you realized that you're pregnant with Devlin. How was your pregnancy? Was it an easy one? Was it tough, or how did it go?
I went into preterm labor with Devlin 5 months early. His due date was July 15th. I went into premature labor March 24th and was hospitalized for 3 months. Adam Nolan was there almost the entire pregnancy. He never left the hospital unless he had to go to work. And as soon as he got off of work, he was right back up at the hospital with me. I've had a really rough on again, off again relationship with Adam Nolan for about 5 years back then, 5 to 6 years, a rough, like on again, off again relationship with him.
Mhm.
Um, there was an incident that took place at the hospital that ended up getting Adam removed from the hospital. And that's kind of part of the reason why Adam hasn't really been in his son's life.
Sure, right, and then he's also incarcerated for the
Yep.
Tia Randall. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that case is really well known, like out in Grand Rapids area. And you said you grew up in Grand Rapids area, so Devlin was born in Grand Rapids then.
Born and raised. I was born at Blodgett Hospital, Spectrum Health. By the time I became a mother, Blodgett didn't do babies anymore. Devlin and Harmony were both born at Butterworth.
Okay, great. Yeah, and then Devlin's sister is Harmony because he has a sister too.
Devlin has two sisters and a baby brother.
Great.
Chelsea Rose.
And so basically you have Devlin and he's born premature, so he had some challenges when he was born.
Yes, Devlin was born 2 months early. Um, he was in the NICU for the first 20 days of his life, and he was on CPAP for the first 11 hours of his life.
Wow. Wow, so he was really and that's tough, like, my daughter had jaundice, and I had to put her in the incubator, and it made me so sad. Like, I
Yeah,
was so upset to have to put her, yeah, in there. So
he
I
had
understand.
jaundice too.
Aw. And so he was in there, and it was tough, and then in the NICU, and then he finally gets to come home.
Yeah. He came home when he was 20 days old.
Okay, great. Yeah,
And
and so that's
the
wonderful.
the
So he was
first
doing good.
for those of you listening in the Grand Rapids area, especially on the west side, the first place Devlin ever lived and called home when he was a baby was on the corner of Bridge and Lane, right next door to the AA building.
Great, and we really appreciate having everybody in here. You know, even if people are in the bushes too, feel free to chat, guys. Our chat is really welcoming. Everybody knows to keep it respectful tonight, and always we don't do drama over here, which is good. We limit it anyway. There's always going to be drama in these cases, just naturally. So you bring Devlin home and he's doing okay. So then at what point do you meet Tim Hatfield? Because that I'll put up the family tree a little bit so people can see. But Tim Hatfield is related to the Tates.
Tim Hatfield is Tamara Host's oldest child, her only son. She also has a daughter by the name of Ashley Tait. And then you guys are very familiar with Sabrina Host, her youngest daughter.
Right. And Tamara came into the chat the other day, but she wasn't trying to help. She was just stirring the pot. So I booted her out. But she was the last one with, you know, um, sorry, one second. Um, so tell me more about meeting Tim, or how you came to be around Tim and this family.
So I've known Tim practically my whole life. I went to school in Grand Rapids with his cousin, Tanya Hatfield. I ran into him again actually before I met Adam, um, in front of the Bridge Street laundromat. And after we had broken up, he had taken off for a while. He had taken off for a while, and I didn't see him for like months. He did not come back into the picture until Adam Nolan was no longer at the hospital, and Devlin was like damn near ready to be born. I think he came back into the picture a month before Devlin was born. Tammy
Okay.
didn't even meet Devlin until Devlin was 3 days old.
Right. Okay. So then you end up in a relationship with Tim Hatfield, and then there was an adoption from in Sandy, and Bill Tate adopted Devlin. Can you tell me more about that?
So you want me to skip straight to the foster care situation? Like where do you want me to start with that?
No, just keep going and tell the story. This is your opportunity to tell everything you would like to tell about the time frame, the events, everything. So you just start back wherever you want to, because I just want people to be able to hear it from you, because I don't like other people telling my story for me. I mean, I was there, they weren't. So, and I feel like that about you too. I feel like you should be able, you were there, you're his mom, you gave birth to him, and you should be able to say, you know, how it was from your perspective.
What's wrong, Papa? We're at 185. Hold on, let me help you. I'm sorry.
You're
This is
fine.
this is AJ that you guys hear in the background. That's Devlin's baby brother. Hold
Thanks,
on.
Katie, for being here. Thank you. And Chuchi, thank you so much. Chuchi says, thank you, Jessica, for telling us your story.
You're very welcome. Devlin's not here to speak for himself, so somebody has to speak up for my son.
Yeah, and I think Devlin deserves to have so much more coverage too. Katie Murphy's here. She says, I'm 100% Jessica's friend on her side, and she needs this so much. She needs people to listen. Yeah, Katie, I feel that from you. I appreciate you so much. And this is
Thank
not
you,
the
Matt.
opportunity for the other side of the family to come into chat and tell their side of the story. If you would like to do that, you can email me at ladyfreedomsrawnarratives@gmail.com. Quick disclaimer, my opinions on the family. I don't like the way Devlin was treated. Matt, you're not really allowed to be in my chat tonight. So, respectfully, sir, you can email me. But I don't really deal with your type of people. I think you guys should be in jail for the rest of your lives. And that's my feeling and my opinion on people like you. Sorry, Jessica. I just had to say that. Well, fantastic. And I will get to that as soon as I can. But today is about Jessica. I've been working with Jessica and understanding her story. Hey, Kiki. Hey, hon. Come up whenever you want. I'll see you backstage. You know. So, but yeah, Matt, dude. I'll talk to you in an email, and that's me being courteous because I don't deal with people like you. I don't. But look, you were the last one to talk to Devlin, and I hope you have. I hope if you haven't emailed me what happened that day, I would like to know. You know, I would really like to know
Can you go get
what you have to
Matt?
say about being with Devlin last on the phone. Because to my knowledge,
Bring his
you were the
tablet so
last
we
one with
can
him.
put the music on the TV while I'm doing this. I'm sorry.
Hold on one second.
He's
You're
gonna
fine,
go get
hon.
my
And if you
phone
need to
right
drop
now.
down or if you need to mute your mic, we can't hear anything that's going on in the background if you mute your mic and just click the little microphone button.
Okay,
Yeah.
so only unclick it when you guys ask me questions. AJ is
No,
obsessed
no.
with
If you
country
like,
music
if
and Kane Brown.
no, you're fine. Like if you need to do anything with AJ or anything like that, and you want to step off for a second, you don't have to like completely jump down. You can just mute your mic, and nobody will be able to, hear. Um,
Okay,
you know. Hey,
thank
Kiki, good
you.
to see you. We have Kiki up here, Jessica.
Hey, Jessica. Hey,
Hi,
ladies.
Kiki. How are you?
Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm trying to be okay.
I heard that. I heard that. Well, that was a crazy question for me to
Azul,
ask
go lay
you,
down.
right?
Just a bit, considering that, it's been 5.5 months and there's little to no answer on where's my son and what happened to him.
Yeah. Yeah. I understand, honey.
Yeah, I'm so interested to know, what has happened that day because there's so many conflicting stories, but I wanted to just get down to the beginning of things because, I mean, that's where it all starts and where we can get a better perspective on what happened. And even though it doesn't necessarily have much to do with Devlin being missing, some of what you were telling me that was transpiring, when you were back in contact with him, what does cause concern to me. It is concerning to me. And so, I just wanted you to be able to say what you want to say.
Are you referring to certain screenshots that I sent you when I came back into Devlin's life?
Yes, because we're gonna get into that. I have them, to post up, but like I really want to find out more about your relationship with Tim Hatfield and how the Tates even have anything to do with Devlin, to begin with.
Be careful because I just put cat food out there, so I wouldn't let Azul out. Okay, so like I said, probably about a month before Devlin was born, Tim showed back up, and this was after Adam had already been escorted from the hospital. We were on our way up to Devlin's 6-week checkup and had to run in with Adam again. Him and Tim were about to get into a fight before I stepped in between the two of them. So that was the last time that Adam had ever seen his son. He's only seen his son twice in Devlin's entire life.
Wow.
So while we're at that 6-week checkup, my biological mother, Devlin's grandmother, decides that she's going to steal my son's bassinet. What type of person steals a bed from a baby, especially when that baby is your grandchild?
I can't even
So,
imagine.
at this point in time, there was no issue with the Tates or Tammy or any of them. So Tammy finds out what happens and she's like, screw that. You guys are moving to Hastings and, moving in with me until y'all can get your own place. Okay, well, we come back from Devlin's 6-week checkup and all our stuff's already out on the curb. And then when Tammy shows up to get us and get our stuff, Jacqueline Darlene Miller, my biological mother, proceeds to tell my ex-mother-in-law, oh, Jess can have the bassinet back if she gives me $40. No, you already owe me $800 from a trust fund that I got when I was 8 years old when I was attacked by a German Shepherd in foster care. So yes, to let you guys all know, I am also adopted, just like my son. We packed up and we moved to Hastings and in with Tammy at that time. At that point in time, she was living in a trailer park off of Barber Road, which no longer exists. And she was living with her boyfriend, Mickey Kelly. Shortly after we moved in there, I want to say we were probably only living there 3 or 4 months at the most. That was so long ago, though, I don't really know. But it was way before he turned a year old. Oh, it was before he turned 6 months old because he was taken away from my physical custody 2 weeks before he turned 6 months old. So we only stayed with Tammy and Mickey for probably about 2 months at most. And then Tim and I had gotten our own place with Devlin, still in the trailer park, but like kind of away from them. We lived on opposite sides of the trailer park. But at this point in time, there was still no issue between me and the Tates. When we moved to Hastings, my biological mother threatened us. She flat out told us that if we moved into Hastings and in with my mother-in-law, that she would see to it that my son was taken from me and my rights were terminated.
Gosh, that is just horrible to use Devlin as a weapon.
And mind you, my mother got her rights terminated because she chose a child molester over her children.
Oh my gosh, Jessica. Absolutely awful. I'm so sorry. I mean, it sounds like you were having such a hard time at that time and you needed support. It sounds like Tamara was short-lived as support, a couple of months, you guys get your own place, um, together, and then, obviously it didn't work out with Tim. So they what happened with why were they able to say that you weren't a good mom? I guess that's what because I always had trouble with that, especially seeing you with AJ.
So, in other words, why was my son taken away from me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm an epileptic, meaning I have a seizure disorder. I was 18 when I got pregnant with Devlin and had my license. As soon as I became a mom, I let my license expire. For those of you from Michigan, around the Hastings, Grand Rapids area, y'all know that it is a 45-minute drive from Hastings, Michigan to Grand Rapids. And all of my son's doctor's appointments We're in GR. I'm an epileptic. I don't drive. Um, Devlin had to wear a helmet, and I had a choice whether or not to put that helmet on him. But anyway, because of the 20 days that he spent in neonatal, and oh yeah, by the way, my son does not have fetal alcohol syndrome. That is physically impossible for my son to have. But he had to wear a helmet, to reshape his skull because of him being in neonatal for 20 days in an incubator. And I had the choice whether or not to put it on him. I asked them what would it cause if I decided not to put a helmet on my son. And they said that the only thing that it could cause is possible, vision problems and possibly make him have to wear glasses. Well, that happened anyway. And I decided to get him the helmet because there's vision problems on both sides of the family and people on both sides of the family wearing glasses. Getting a helmet apparently didn't fix that because my son wears glasses, or he's
See, and
supposed to.
I didn't know that he wore glasses. Remember, I was like, when when you told me that, I said, "Wait a minute, he has glasses or he wears them?" And you said he's supposed to. Yeah, so can you briefly just talk about why he doesn't have any glasses, but he's supposed to be wearing them today? Just really briefly, because I don't want to cut you off from the original story, but
Well, I don't know exactly why he doesn't have his glasses or like what happened to them. All I know is that he broke them. I don't know how he broke them or what the situation was. All I know is that they're broken.
yeah, that's sad. I wish somebody would have been able to help him get those taken care of because it's tough for him, especially if he's out walking by himself and he can't, he's supposed to have glasses on, whether it's to see far away or close up, either way, I think, I was a little bit shocked by that, to hear I didn't know he had glasses or wore glasses. So,
He's supposed to.
so with the helmet and everything, they were needing to fit it to him because he's a little, he's really tiny, right? And he was premature,
Yeah.
so they had to fit for his helmet.
Yeah, and every time he would grow, they'd have to like resize it so, he wasn't like getting hurt because of it pressing against his skull. Um, but he only missed two doctor's appointments in GR. I can't drive him to the appointments. I'm an epileptic and I'm not gonna risk taking somebody's life having a seizure behind the wheel. So I let my license expire when I became a mom. Um, for those of you in Michigan and around the Grand Rapids, Hastings area back then, Devlin was born in '06, and the winter of '06, '07, we were having really bad ice storms and blizzards. One
Mhm.
of Devlin's appointments was during one of those ice storm blizzard days, and Tammy went behind my back and canceled the appointment without me knowing because she didn't want us out in that weather. Okay, yeah, you had good intentions, I'll give you that, but you're not the one that it falls back on. That falls back on me because I'm his mom.
Right. Right, exactly. Well, and it's meddling behavior from a mother-in-law that, many of us can can recognize, but then again, like you said, it's serious because, this I think the state does get involved to a certain capacity with children who have special needs. I think they should anyway. I think they should make sure people have resources and that sort of thing, but it doesn't sound like the support system that you had at that time was actually being supportive or allowing for you because you were a young mom. You didn't mention how old you were, I don't think, when you had Devlin.
I was 18 when I got pregnant with Devlin. I was 19 when he was born, which makes this even more messed up because Devlin was 18 when he went missing, and shortly after his disappearance on Memorial Day, my son turned 19, which oddly enough, he was born on Memorial Day 19 years ago as well.
Wow. Wow. So what transpired the after Tamara called in and canceled the appointment because of the weather?
So we missed that appointment because of that. And then he missed a second appointment in Grand Rapids for his helmet because DHS's ride failed to show up. Now, because of missing those two appointments, they took Devlin away for medical neglect. I'm an epileptic. I don't drive. And how am I supposed to control people like Tammy who go behind my back and cancel my appointments and transportation, whether, she had good intentions or not? Or how am I supposed to control whether or not DHS's ride shows up to take us? That's beyond my control.
Right, absolutely. Well, and you needed the resources as well, knowing that you are an epileptic. I think, I'll tell you, my mom wasn't an epileptic her whole life, but she developed it because she had brain tumors, and so it was causing her to have grand mal seizures. And I mean, she wasn't supposed to drive, and I would always have to remind her that she couldn't because of the brain tumors were causing her to have issues remembering. And I was like, if you hurt someone, you're going to be so upset, and stuff like that. So you have to consider it, even though it's easier to just get in the car and drive. But if you are, if you're dealing with that, um I mean, I'm so sorry that you didn't have the people that you needed in your life to help you. And you were punished for, in my opinion, you were punished for needing resources. I mean, that's my opinion, when I hear this.
AJ, don't punch yourself, Papa. I'm sorry. AJ is also nonverbal and autistic, and he has developed some self injurious behaviors lately.
Mm.
Yeah, and I know you were telling me, and I know it was so strange too, because the other case, Sebastian, he's been missing for almost 2 years now. Um, he has the chromosome deletion, and you also have a chromosome deletion, the same
Me and
one.
both of my boys do. My boys got it from me. AJ also has a duplicate, but me, Devlin, and AJ all have the same deletion.
If you guys don't mind, can I interrupt real quick, lady,
Go
and just
ahead.
ask Jessica a quick question?
Yes, ma'am, go for it.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm listening to
No,
you
you're
guys.
good.
Um, what I was saying was it shows Jessica's responsibility as a parent that she did not want to drive with her children in the car and her having excuse me epilepsy. But my question is also, Jessica, and this may be a hard one for you. I know in certain states that, well, with you being out of state, were you in state at the time that the doctor's appointments had to happen? I didn't hear you on that. You were in Michigan at that time.
Yeah, we were living in Hastings, and Devlin's medical appointments were in Grand Rapids. They're
Gotcha.
45 minutes apart. I did not leave state until 2014. October of
Gotcha.
2014, I moved to California.
Okay. Now, the one question I had is that in some states, according to your insurance, that is, though, they will provide, people to pick you up. I guess you don't have that service in Michigan, do you? Like pick you
I
up for
I
appointments?
don't I don't know of that service in Michigan, and I don't know if they had it back then, but I know exactly what you're referring to because
Gotcha.
all my son's appointments, all AJ's appointments are in Phoenix, which is a 3 hour drive from where I'm at.
Wow. Wow.
And
Okay.
he has to go at least twice every 3 months,
Wow.
and his transportation goes through his insurance. So I know exactly
Gotcha.
what you're talking about.
Well, yeah, back then they may not have had that, because that
Well, not
was,
only that, but I'm in Arizona now.
yeah, yeah. So in Michigan, you were young, so you probably didn't even know. I think some of the insurances and things, I think there needs to be help, for people with health issues. They need to be open about that and say, hey, we can help you with transportation and stuff. So
That'd
you
be
probably,
nice.
yeah, you probably didn't even know because I'm sure they just kind of rush you in, rush you out, or what have you. But I just wanted to ask that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt or get
No,
off
you're good, Kiki.
subject.
No,
You
answer
are
or ask
perfectly fine.
anything.
All right.
Yeah, ask
Thank
anything.
The only stupid question is a question not asked.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, and I mean,
And
it's just important for us to get better aware or better information and understanding.
and one other question, Jessica, if you all don't mind me asking, I'm not trying to hijack your live or anything, lady. But
No,
before I
you're my
forget it,
co-host, Kiki.
before I forget it, I wanted to ask Jessica, before you moved from Michigan, um, did you feel, in your opinion, and allegedly, because I'm going to say that because, we don't know you personally, did you feel like the family that did adopt Devlin, do you feel like they pressured you or bullied you in any way? Allegedly. We all
Oh,
have to
oh
say
yeah.
allegedly
Oh
or
yeah.
in my opinion, okay?
Yep.
And if
Yep.
so, can you explain to us why you think
Y-
that?
yeah, and we were getting to that part. There was a point in time where I actually tried having my son removed from Bill and Sandra's Tate, and that's when it all went downhill between me and that entire family. So, yep,
Okay, thank you for
I
answering
I,
that.
I
I'm
was getting
sorry.
to that part though. I was coming up on that one.
Gotcha. You can
So
explain
that's
more.
yeah, that's why I'm not explaining further right now because I was getting to that.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm one that likes to jump. I
Oh no,
guess.
you're good. You're good.
No, it's
All
a
right.
lot too. I mean, it's a lot that transpired in a short amount of time, it sounds like too, Jessica. It sounds like you had a lot going on there, you know?
Too much, for a 19-year-old and a brand new mom. Devlin made me a mom. He is my firstborn.
Aw.
And not only has he been ripped away from me once, but he's been ripped away from me twice now.
Oh my gosh.
So you were just a baby trying to raise a baby at the time
Pretty
with
much.
special needs, and I commend you because that's very hard.
Thank you.
Yeah, same here. Same here. I just see, like
I
roadblock
feel
after
like I
roadblock
failed him.
and what's that, Jessica? Sorry, go ahead.
I feel like I failed him.
No, no,
No
no.
way, no way. You thought what you were doing was the best thing for you and him at that time. You were young. Your emotions, I'm sure, right after having a baby, the hormones are as sky high. You don't know which way to turn. I mean, even
I mean,
after,
I don't know where you're going with on that. So let me just make one thing clear. I did not willingly give up my son.
oh, I know, Jessica. I wasn't insinuating that. I was just saying, it's hard.
Some
It's hard
people
on you at that time.
Some people do. I've been accused within the last 5 months of abandoning my son.
No, no,
That's
no.
why I
I
want to
knew
get that
that.
out there. I did
Yeah,
not
I knew
abandon
that.
him. I did not willingly give him up. I fought tooth and nail to get my son back.
Yes, ma'am. You did not fail anyone. I just want you to know that we are backing you, and I don't want you to think that I'm coming against you at all. Um, I was just saying, in pregnancy and you being young, it had to be hard to try to fight. It is my thing. It had to be hard to fight against everything that was coming against you,
It
Yeah,
was,
absolutely.
especially for a person in my position. Can I see your tube, Papa? Oh, your grip lock came off. Looks like we gotta take your whole extension off now. No, stop. Hold on a minute. Don't hit yourself. Hold on. I have to flush you out and get this off you. Just give me a minute. I'm sorry, you guys.
No worries. Don't be
My
sorry, hon. You're fine.
my son just got finished with the last feed of his the night.
You're fine, honey. You're fine. Do what you gotta do.
I need to see your tube again, Papa.
Yeah, and I think it's important to remember that, it is difficult. I wanted to say, um, Momming It Up is here, and she's so good. She has a lot of really good knowledge too. So, Momming It Up says Carla medical neglect. Oh,
AJ, can you calm down, honey? I need you to calm down, Papa. It's late. Can you use your underwear voice? Don't do that. Can you lay
hey
down so I can get this
AJ.
off and then close up your tummy?
And yeah, guys, Jess is all the way out in Arizona. Momming It Up says the medical neglect over missed appointments. It's been used a lot, in my opinion. Sadly, I feel I've met so many of Jessica's, and it's hard for me to understand how it happens so easily to some. Yeah, absolutely, Mammon. I agree. It's difficult, and you had another really good comment as well. Looking because I don't find it to be neglect when you can't get to the appointment. There needs to be a little bit more compassion and care there, and understanding, and how that was done, it sounds like, in my opinion, wasn't right. um
Yes. And I feel like, especially moms with, children that have disabilities, they need more assistance than, per se, a mom with a child that doesn't have disabilities.
right.
I was recently told by a retired Michigan CPS worker that if she was the one that was in charge of my case back then, she would have never removed my son. I'm not going to mention her name. If she's on the chat and she wants to make herself known, that's completely on her, but I'm not about to name drop.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, though. It sounds like you're trying to, consult experts in their opinions. Thank you, Carrie Jackson. Thank you. Yeah, and Matt, you need to take it easy in the chat. I mean, look, I'm not easily offended, but we're giving Jessica a chance to talk. It's not your time. You know what I mean?
Yes, we're giving Jessica her voice that she's needed for a long time.
And Matt, you weren't a part of that back then either. You had nothing to do with anything, the entire time I was married and together with Tim. So when I speak on that, you really have no room to talk. Just saying.
There you go. There you have it, folks. I mean, that's the thing. And people do like to chime in that weren't there because they think they know, but it's your chance to talk. And and I appreciate you being so straightforward and answering questions. And you're tending to your young son AJ, which he's adorable. And you're doing the best that you can do.
I I'm trying. AJ is probably the only reason why I'm somewhat sane, and I don't even know if I want to go as far as to say that, because I'm definitely not okay.
No, well, and no, and I understand. I mean, I've talked to you several times, and I know that there's been times where it's been extremely difficult for you. Um, and I tell you, you're very strong, and
I don't feel so strong these days.
I know. I know you don't, but you are strong because you've been through a heck of a lot.
Yeah.
And you keep going. um, and you have consulted with experts and things like that. Um, so when it comes to everything ultimately transpiring, walk us through kind of what that was back then.
Well, at one of Devlin's doctor's appointments, while he was in the Tate's custody, I did not lose rights to my son, by the way, until he was a little over a year old. He was removed 2 weeks before he turned 6 months, but I didn't officially lose him until he was a little over a year old. So we're at one of Devlin's doctor's appointments for his helmet, and Bill Tait had said something rather to the effect of he was hitting my son's hands trying to teach him no. Well, one, if I'm not going to put my hands on my child, you damn sure ain't going to put your hands on my child. Point blank, period.
Amen.
I don't
Amen,
play that
sister.
shit.
Oh yeah, we say
And
that all the time here. We say that all the time here. Yeah, because we have a stepfather that we like to talk about that likes to put hands on a whole bunch of kids. His ex-wife's kids, his current wife's son who's missing. So yeah, we well said.
yeah, I don't play that. And especially with my kids. Like don't mess with my kids. You want to mess with me, that's one thing. Don't mess with my kids. So yeah, I find out that he's hitting my son's hands trying to teach him no. Straight pissed me off. Um and another thing to that, this is before he's even 9 months old. And he's special needs. He was born 2 months early. He don't understand the concept of no. I don't care what your reasoning is behind that. You have no business putting your hands on my son. Point blank, period. So because of that, I tried to get my son removed from Bill and Sandra, and they had a family team meeting. I guess that's what they call it back then, to try to diffuse the situation, because I tried to get Devlin put into an actual foster home until I could get my son back. He didn't need to be with the Tates if they were already putting hands on him before he was 9 months old.
I agree.
I agree.
And that's when everything went sour between me and that entire family, because I tried to have Devlin removed.
Right. So they were pissed at you because you were standing up for Devlin and saying, "Hey, I don't agree with that." I honestly think it's a little crazy to and a little extreme to do that to a little baby. I mean, it's not even a child we're talking about at that point. It's a little baby, right? Devlin is a
That's
baby,
that's not even a toddler.
right? Right. What do you think, Kiki? Well,
Hold on, AJ.
As,
Hey, AJ,
you
stop
know,
it,
as,
stop it, stop it, stop it.
especially him, being special needs, they have to have more patience with him than others. And I would never lay hands on a baby. You don't do that. I agree. You don't do
no,
that.
yeah, because they don't understand, right? Like they're so little at that point, they don't fully understand really anything. The concept of, that they're even being naughty. I mean, it's like I can't imagine anything a 9-month old could do, or, a baby under a year old could do to deserve to be, you know, have their hands have hands put on them, I guess.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous, in my opinion.
So, and at that point, it's wrong in my opinion. Um, and I think it's important to kind of note that. So Jessica, after that, what happened?
After that, they would, AJ, stop hitting yourself. I'm trying to help you. Stop getting frustrated. If you would stop clicking on other things, it wouldn't stop your music, Papa. Don't do that.
He likes to listen to country music.
Especially Kane Brown. He has been obsessed with Kane Brown since birth. Devlin and AJ used to video chat and talk on the phone on a daily basis. Yeah, AJ is nonverbal, but that didn't stop his brother from talking to him.
Yeah, that's so cool that they were able to do that, you know? I'm sure he misses that interaction. You know, ugh, gosh.
Sorry.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay, Jessica. So, I mean, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom, she says special needs children have to be disciplined uniquely because they are all unique, and patience is definitely a requirement for raising special needs child. Yeah, absolutely. And when you don't live every day, helping and caregiving for a special needs child, it's hard to point the finger or say, um, oh, no worries, Kiki, I'll get you back up. It's just hard to say anything or judge, right? Momming it up, I talk to her on the phone all the time, and she has the most patience. She's really good. Jessica's the same way. I just um I think it's great. I like Kane too, says Brenda. Well, I think it's so cute because Devlin also liked country music, so that's just amazing. um, we need to find him, guys. We need to find him. You
Please,
know,
because I don't know how much more of this I can take.
I
And
know,
I
and I
was
know
and
it's so
I
hard.
was I was ready to come back home. When I found out my son was missing, I told all the Tates and law enforcement if my son was not found by Friday, I was coming home. Law enforcement told me to stay here in case my son showed up here.
Right, because Devlin was talking about going to live with you, right?
Yes, the months leading up to his disappearance, he started making comments that he was going to skip state and come out here and be with me. And excuse my language, but I'm quoting my son. He did not give a fuck what the Michigan courts had to say about it. And what Matt has said about if he came out to Arizona, he was never going to talk to them again. Yes, Devlin did say that. He did. And I was also told by Matt that one night my son had sat down on a kitchen table and he mapped out exactly, what he would have to do to get here and how long it would take him, you know, walking by bus, hitchhiking, the whole 9 yards. He sat down and figured it out, and my son has a photographic memory.
He has. Well, That's what Tamara was saying on Crime Time Buzz, that he knew everyone's phone number.
Yes, he all he has to do is hear or see a number once and he can remember it. But on the comments that he was making in the months leading up to his disappearance, as it got closer and closer to him disappearing, those comments were getting more and more aggressive. And there was so much potential that he could be on his way out here to be with me that I littered the city of Yuma with missing flyers of my son.
And because you thought maybe he could have gotten there at some point. I would think that. I mean, to myself, I would think maybe he was trying to get to me, right? Like, oh my gosh.
AJ, what is your deal, dude?
He says you guys are stealing all my mom's attention right now. Kiki, what do you have something to do you have anything to say? Okay, she might be. But yeah, I mean, I think in my opinion, you know, it sounds like Devlin wanted to come see you, and I would have definitely thought that if it was me, you know what I mean? If that was my daughter or son. I only have a daughter, so I don't know what sons, like to have a son, but
Lady, I was actually talking, but I had myself on mute.
oh, how funny.
I'm
Sorry.
sorry. No, I was saying that I was just looking in the comments, excuse me, where Matt was saying he wanted to defend his family or what have you. I believe right now is Jessica's turn for like the fifth time that we've said, not to be disrespectful, Matt, but she needs her voice to be heard. We're going to give her a chance for that. And I'm going to, we will talk about Matt later, in my opinion.
Absolutely. No, no, yeah, most definitely. And it's not to disrespect anybody's family, but Jessica needs to you see the thing about the truth is that it can be offensive to some people, right? Or someone else's side of the story could be offensive to someone, right? And I understand that. And but and so we're not trying to disrespect anyone. One thing that Jessica has told me over and over again was that it's not about any sides, it's about finding Devlin. And that's why I'm working with her. Otherwise, I wouldn't be, right? Even though I think, I like Jessica, but it's like I
At
wouldn't
the
want to
end
work.
of the day, can I speak on this?
Yeah, go for it, girl,
At,
please.
at the end of the day, it's not about the Tate side. It's not about my side. It's about Devlin's side. Where is Devlin? Who is
Yes.
going to speak for Devlin? He's not here to speak for himself. It's not about me. It's not about the Tates. It's about my son.
Yes, everyone needs to work together to find him. Yes, I agree. I agree, Jessica, wholeheartedly.
Well, and and it's about, everybody that loves Devlin. I get that everybody cares for Devlin. I just I've looked a lot of discrepancies and information, and there's certain things that we look at, Kiki, because you're in true crime, right? There's certain things that we look for and look at, you know?
Definitely, definitely, lady. And, I know we done a show, I think it was me or me and you, about allegedly the mistreatment that Devlin was having to go through. And I have a problem having respect for anybody that mistreats a special needs child, in my opinion.
100%. And that's almost why we don't want to give that type of a person a voice, right? But then again,
Because they've already had their voice.
they've
They've,
already had their
yeah,
voice. And why
yeah,
did Devlin eat dinner at church? Why wasn't there a family gathering? Look, I'm from the Midwest. I'm from very close to this area, up by Chicago. And I'm going to tell you, that's one thing that I miss so much is getting together with my a big family for dinner, especially
And
at the holidays, right?
and Devlin comes from a big biological family. My grandmother had 9 kids, and there was too many grandkids to count. I gave my grandmother her first great grandchild, and that was Devlin.
Wow.
lady, I'll
Wow.
be right back. I gotta check something. I'll be right back, hon.
Okay, sounds good. Holly S says hugs to this family. Yes, hugs to Devlin's family. Yeah, absolutely. We're not trying to be malicious here, right? What we want to do is we want to get to the information that's going to help us find Devlin. What could he have done? I said he was talking on threads, according to Tamara. There was a lot of things that he was doing at that time, and people he was talking to. Those people are people of interest, in my opinion. Who he was last with, who he last talked to, is always going to be a valuable source of information, right? I mean, you know, thank you. Happy holidays. He turned 19, but he was 18 when he went missing.
Yep.
So, Yeah, we got to keep it focused on Devlin, guys. It's about Devlin. That's who, who we're doing our show on. That's why, you know, I tried not to cover up Devlin's face because it's about him. Where is Devlin? Where could he be? Was he scared because he had court coming up? Was he pissed off and tired of the court system making bad decision calls for him in his life, and he's going to be, 19 years old and he's sick of the crap, is my opinion. And I don't know Devlin, but to me, making that statement saying he doesn't care about what the Michigan courts say anymore is a very strong comment in my opinion from Devlin, in my opinion. You know?
Yes. Yeah.
What do you think, Kiki? Go ahead, hon. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. I'm back. um, no, I just don't know what to think. Devlin, it breaks my heart that Jessica wanted him so badly, but that there was people that were malicious, allegedly, in my opinion. And
When when I first came back into Devlin's life and Tammy's daughter Ashley Tate found out about it, she started threatening me, threatening to put hands on me, and flat out stated that she was going to do anything she could to keep Devlin away from me. I've got screenshots to prove it.
We sure do. I have them backstage.
wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Because, and Devlin's been missing 5.5 months, Miss Ann Brock. Sorry about that. I meant to um, address you in the chat for your question. And here's the thing. I agree with what you said, Kiki, 100%. Why can't Jessica still be a part of his life? She was not a deadbeat mother or some person that was a negative influence on Devlin, and that's where I get stuck. I'm like, why are you trying to take his mother away from him? And it pisses me off, to be honest. It
Yeah.
really does. It makes me so boiling mad because how dare you take this child away from his mother and not allow her to be a part of his life? And that's what those text messages reflect. We'll
Yeah.
read them. It's terrible. Jessica, my question from Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom is um, did Devlin ever mention a friend or acquaintance that may have offered to help him get to you? Great question.
I caught wind from Matt one day that when my son was staying in a house, supposedly, according to Matt, run by the Michigan militia, that he had actually gotten a hold of a train ticket and he was going to be coming down here. You're on probation. I'm not aiding and abetting a fugitive. I'm not catching a case for you. But yeah, he did end up with a train ticket to come down here somehow. I'm assuming from the guys in the house. Luckily, he lost his state ID, so he was not able to jump state.
Oh my goodness. So he was
But
really
yeah,
upset about this court. He was upset, you know? And he had court the day after he went missing, right? Like he was
he
scheduled
didn't.
doing court
He
that
didn't
next
run.
day.
My son didn't run. He was worried about making his court date, and I found this out from other people in the community as well. That he was going around trying to figure out transportation for that court date. And hypothetically speaking, let's say he did run. He's not here. Yuma Sheriff have searched my home 3 different times. My son is not here. I've got no reason to lie, and it's been 5.5 months. My son had a big social media presence. He was not afraid to walk up to anybody and be like, hey, something is going on. I need to call my mom. I need to let her know what's going on. He wasn't afraid to do that. If I did not answer my phone when it was convenient for Devlin, Devlin would call the Yuma sheriff and do a welfare check on me and his baby brother to make sure that we were okay. I have not heard from my son since 2 days before he went missing. His social media presence has vanished. Um, there's a little girl by the name of Lily that my son would be up at all hours of the night playing Roblox with, whatever in the hell that is. I guess it's some game the kids are playing nowadays. But my
Mm-hmm.
son would be up at all hours of the night playing that stuff with her, and they'd get in trouble for it. She hasn't heard from my son.
Right, they were buddies then. So, like, none of his friends have heard from him. Brenda Calvert wants to know where were they getting checks for keeping Devlin? How was that working? Like throughout his life, I would like to know too. Like, so whenever he was adopted by them, were they collecting money for having him?
I can't speak to that. I have no idea if they were getting checks for actually physically having him or not, so I can't speak on that.
Hmm.
I do know at one point in time my son did receive SSI, but he was cut off of it. We were talking about him refiling for it, but he did not want to refile for it until he got down here with me.
Right. Okay. Right. And see, I said that to begin with. I go like, why wouldn't they just send Devlin to his mom, like on a train or a plane, whatever, or a Greyhound, and then he gets to you, and then he can set everything up? Because wasn't he collecting SSI until he was 18, and then it got cut off?
I can't speak to when he got cut off. I did not come back in contact with my son until 2 weeks after he turned 18. So I have
Right.
no idea when his SSI officially got cut off. I cannot speak to that.
And yeah. So, Kiki, do you have anything to say, hon?
Yeah, I mean, I would be moving forward. I don't want to jump forward, but Jessica, when he went missing, hon, when did you actually receive a phone call and from who?
The first phone call I received was from Matt. He asked me when the last time I heard from my son was. And I said I hadn't heard from Devlin in 2 days. Why? Well, it was coming up on curfew. Devlin was missing and they couldn't find him. Next person I heard from was Sabrina, and she was out looking for my son. Um, and, uh, and it was getting closer and closer to curfew. I am the one that told Sabrina to call the cops. I told Sabrina, I would rather him be pissed off at us because we called the cops because he missed curfew and know that he is okay than for something to have happened to him. I'm the one that told Sabrina to call the cops.
Okay, and what time was that she actually contacted the police? Do you know?
I don't know what time that she actually did it. All I know is it was probably around 9:45. It was probably about 15 minutes before curfew that I was talking to Sabrina, and curfew went past and Devlin was still nowhere to be found.
I wonder if it was normal for them to not hear from him all day long up until curfew.
I can't
Well,
exactly speak to that either.
Well, I
Okay,
will
honey.
say that Tamra said, and this is just me, saying what she said, not a direct quote, but it was what she said on Crime Time Buzz, something to the effect of, Devlin usually will call me when he's walking home or when he's walking because he's afraid of the dark. They said he's afraid of the dark. He brought a little blue LED flashlight with him, and he used that at night because the phone wouldn't keep charged, so he didn't use the flashlight on his phone. Is what she said. So to answer your question, Kiki, I mean, I'm just going off of what Tamra said.
Devlin's not that afraid of the dark. Yes, he does have a slight fear of the dark, but I mean, when you're spending nights outside because you're getting locked out of the house and because you don't want to be there, he's not scared of the dark.
Wow.
I mean, he could
So,
be to an extent, but not like she's trying to put it off.
Well, because I
Why?
found that to be odd too, because if it goes dark, hey Bubby, um, if it goes dark and then it's like 2 hours later he would have been out because like 8 or 9, I guess in the summer, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of when it would get dark, up in Michigan.
I've been away so long, I can't speak on that either.
I'm just trying to think of how it would be because, he would have to walk in the dark if he was coming at home, in fact, at, whatever time, because obviously he would like to hang out at Buddies at the beach, which was a couple miles away from home. So he's on foot. And my question to Matt and them would be like, did you ever think about giving this young man a ride anywhere? Like, I don't know. It just feels like he was kind of like sink or swim, you know what I mean? In the house. Not no one helping him, in my opinion.
Yeah, and his phone pinged at what time was it, lady? I'm just trying to write notes so that everything goes into order and everything's correct.
Well, that's a big mystery too, because it was said that the phone pinged at 11 a.m. Then Jessica, you were told by law enforcement 11 p.m.
Yes, I was told by law enforcement 11 p.m. And I know that it was law enforcement that pinged his phone. It wasn't a Life 360 app, but law enforcement's keeping this real hush hush. I
Hmm.
I don't know anything past the day my son disappeared as far as what happened. It's like he vanished into thin air, and I'm sorry that doesn't happen.
Yeah,
Well, that's the
and
one
that
thing we can safely say didn't happen. That's the one thing that we can check mark off first off. He didn't just vanish. Sorry, Kiki,
exactly.
go ahead, hon.
No, you're
Sorry,
fine.
sorry.
And that was at the trailer park where it pinged,
Yes.
correct?
Yes,
Okay.
by an old parapro's house by the name of Joni Sowers. I do not personally know who that is, but apparently she's an old parapro of Devlin's.
Okay. And I guess he attended school.
Yes, he attended school. He had a few friends from school that I know and that I've talked to before Devlin went missing. Um, I can't tell you the name of his school to save my life,
No, 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 you
but
don't have to
at
do.
the time of his disappearance, though, he had dropped out of school. He was no longer going to school.
I got you. Got you.
Thank you, GA64. She says the sun set in Lake Odessa on the 26th of Memorial Day was 9:08, Lady Freedom. Okay, so somewhere around there. Now he went missing April 21st,
Yes.
2025. He, the day before was Easter, the very next day he had court. Just to kind of put it into perspective for everyone. And then he ate at the church instead of getting together with the family. Now, I don't know if the whole family went down to the church to eat or not.
No, only Devlin did. And Devlin was also being fed at Penny's Pizza.
At Penny's Pizza, right? And now Penny's Pizza is quite a ways away, too. I actually have Penny's Pizza pulled up from yesterday. Let me pull it up. Um, Give me 1 second. Let's load this in.
So was he allowed to have dinner at home or did he have to go everywhere else to eat?
Unless he helped out around the house and unless he helped purchase the food, he was not allowed to eat with them. He had to do things around the house and do pretty much what they told him to do, or he was not allowed to eat with them. If he did not help around the house and do what they told him to do, he was also not allowed to use the electricity. Before Sabrina, Will, and Sabrina's baby moved in, Devlin was in the back bedroom. And when Sabrina and Will moved in with the baby, Devlin moved into the living room. He was sleeping on the floor in the living room or in the recliner that he was pushed into about 3 days before he went missing. No, sorry, 4 days before he went missing, because 3 days before he went missing is when I confronted my mother in law about Sabrina pushing him into that chair, which rumor has it, allegedly, now that chair has gone missing.
Mm.
I can't
Not
speak
So,
to that. I'm not there, but I've been told by several people that that chair is now missing.
not to jump in front of you, lady, but Seclusion has a good question in the chat. Uh, Seclusion wants to know, Jennifer, does his social media reflect his last known login? Do you have access to any of that or any of the other family?
I do not have access to that, but the
oh, did you drop off, Jess?
She went out.
Okay,
She's
I just
didn't.
want
still
to say,
there. She
oh,
is. There she
go
is.
ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Oh, Matt's saying he dropped out of Barry ISD in Hastings last year. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
that's
yeah, that makes sense.
I was
That's
gonna read
the
this
name of it.
comment. Thanks, Matt. I appreciate you, helping us out here
Yeah,
very
and
much.
Matt's saying only the police have access to the social media.
Okay, and that makes sense.
But
I mean,
I would like to hear Jessica's point on that lady too.
Oh no,
yeah, for
I'm
sure.
sorry. When I didn't know that if I tried to look something up that I would get kicked out or leave or something. I was just trying to go back and see when's the last time Devlin messaged me on Messenger, and from what account, because my son had a few different accounts on Facebook. My son had a really big social media presence. He had Facebook, he had TikTok, um, he had Snapchat. Uh, I don't know if Matt can confirm this or not, but he may or may not have had an Instagram account. I'm not sure. I don't have TikTok. I hate TikTok. I don't have Instagram and I don't have Snapchat. But I know he had TikTok and I know he had Snapchat. I'm not sure about the Instagram or not.
Okay. I just wondered if anybody in the household, that was living with him may have access to that.
Good question.
Thank you
And
for
Carrie,
answering, Jessica. I'm sorry. Go ahead, lady.
no, it's okay. I just wanted to take care of something. One of my mods had told Carrie Jackson that her question isn't relevant, and I think it is. And so I erased the comment by one of my mods. Carrie Jackson says, Matt, do you and your wife live with your mother? And I think that is very relevant. So, come on, guys.
Yes, mods,
Huh.
please let us answer some questions. We got to get down to the logistics of everything. As long as he's not being disrespectful and he's answering questions, we're good, right, Jessica?
I don't have a problem with it as long as, people aren't coming at me twisted. Like I said,
Yes,
at
ma'am.
the end of the day,
Yeah.
it's not about me. It's not about the Tates. It's about where is my son?
Yes, ma'am.
The only
Yeah. I
side
think
that
it's important to
anybody
work
should be
together.
taking is Devlin's.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, ma'am. That's because that's the only way we can figure it out, right? We have to work together. Even if we have major differences, it's still about keeping it about Devlin, in my opinion.
Yes, ma'am. And
Hey, Star.
Tina in the chat says that she got her last text from Devlin April 18th. Now, is Tina part of the family? I'm not.
Tina Grissom is Devlin's biological mother, or sorry, wow. Devlin's biological grandmother. Tina is Adam Nolan's mom.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for explaining because
And
I.
she had contact with my son before my son went missing.
Okay. Thank you, Jessica. I'm sorry if I annoy you by asking
Oh,
everything.
no, no. Like I said before, the only stupid question is a question not asked.
Gotcha. And Matthew is saying that our route is wrong on the screen. So Matt, could you please explain? Um, okay, over the hill, through the fence, and down Tupper Lake. Did the
Oh, so
scent
he cut
dogs pick that
through.
up?
Yeah, he cut through, right? Because
And Matt, what about the two track? Where's the two track that Devlin was always walking down?
Oh, because there are train tracks as well. Yeah, yeah. Here, I'll
Devlin
show
walked
you.
down some two track all the time. AJ, stop doing that, Papa. What did you get into now? Hold on, let me fix it.
So, lady, is that the way that the scent dogs tracked?
I think there's well, I'm not sure, and maybe Matt can help us with the scent dogs tracking because there was conflicting statements about that, is why I haven't. But thanks, Matt, for letting us know that it was over the hill, through the fence, and down Tupper Lake. So, and I apologize because I'm not familiar with the area. From the backside of the trailer park across the creek to Tupper Creek. Oh, I see what you're saying. Thanks. Yeah, so that would have been like here's the trailer park, right? And then he did cut through because here's Tupper Lake. So he wouldn't just walk this main road up where it meets up with I think it's like Tupper Creek Heights or something. Or West, excuse me, West Tupper Heights Drive, Tamarack. He wouldn't
Now,
walk that main route. He just goes
was
straight
that
and goes
his,
down.
was that his original route, or are we saying that day?
That yeah, that's a good question.
I can't speak to that. I know that he walked down two track a lot, but I don't know where it was. There's a deer trail on the back side of the trailer park. What's the two track? Where's the two track at, Matt?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if Matt knows that the scent dogs did this. Did Ellie let him know that, or was that his original route? I'm trying to understand.
And I don't know because he wasn't, telling me street names or anything when he was walking. And I haven't been in that area, since Devlin was a baby. I was back in Grand Rapids when my marriage ended with Tim.
Matt
Okay.
says it's not a two track, it's a footpath.
It's like a
Footpath.
deer
Okay.
path, like a deer footpath, he said earlier. Sorry, I had it up. Yeah, he goes, there's a deer trail on the backside of the trailer park. And then he says, not the two track, it's a footpath.
Oh, okay. Well, Devlin called it a two track.
Okay, so
Mm,
that's what he was referring to whenever he was telling you about it. Okay, great. Yeah, and then, so Devlin goes through, he cuts through to the trailer park and then he ends up over at but see, I don't know that it would take him that long to get over there. So he must have left. What time did he leave the house, I wonder, that morning? Because he does get over to whoops, my bad. Um Carl's supermarket, which is right here. Um at 8:21, that was the last footage, or is there more footage that we just don't know about?
I can't speak to that. As far as I know, that's the last time my son was on camera was at Carl's.
Right. And then he goes to the laundromat and he talks to Matt. He talked to you on the phone. Um, Now I have to be honest, I don't know why you didn't let him talk to Sandra. It's my understanding that he really loves Sandra. Is that right? Or what's your
Yes.
opinion, Jessica?
Yes, he really loved Sandra a lot. Sandra was his other mother. Sandra raised my son, you know.
Yeah.
He loved Sandra and cared about Sandra a lot.
Yeah, she just looks like a nice lady, in my opinion. Like when I first saw her, my
Up
first judgment was she's a
up
nice
in
lady.
up until the day that my son disappeared, my son was still heavily grieving over Bill's passing. That
Okay,
affected Bill's passing affected my son a lot.
right. Can you tell me more about that? Because I'd like to know. I mean, I don't want to, hurt Bill or whatever. Because I know he did recently pass in 2023.
And Matt can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe his dad passed away from cancer. And his passing affected Devlin a lot. It really upset him that Bill's no longer, alive.
Right. Right. Mm. GA64 says Devlin was referring that deer left two tracks walking smart young man. Can you tell us more about Devlin? Like, tell us what he liked to do. Tell us some more about him as a person.
Devlin loved cats. Devlin loved all animals. In fact, Devlin sounds like he could be a voiceover in a zoo. My son would constantly make different kinds of animal sounds for his little brother, and he actually sounded like the real animal. Like he could be a voiceover.
Well, hey, I could always use that for my store, for my show here, if you would
Before
like to
she
help me out.
got off.
Because I hope we find him. He liked to sing too. I heard he
Okay,
likes
yeah.
singing.
Matt just said that he died of stage 4 cancer, so I wasn't wrong. He died of cancer, and it affected my son a lot.
Yeah, it's so hard. Cancer is the worst. We talk about cancer a lot here. I lost my mom to cancer too, so stage 4 too. And when it's that aggressive, it's really hard. Thanks, Bubby. Good night, honey. Yeah, so I'm sorry, Matt. Thank you for sharing that and letting us know. Hmm. Hey, Adam Forever 21. Good to see you. And it's Ionia County Seclusion Works. Matt said that she was in the bathroom and he let me go to charge his phone before she was able to get out of the bathroom, come out from the restroom. Thanks, Matt, for, because Tamara had said something about that there was a pissing match between you and Devlin, and it was a regular occurrence. And I was having a hard time with that. I have to be honest with you. Kiki, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, I mean, not to discredit Jessica or anything and not talk with her, but I was going to ask Matt if it's okay. What was the last thing that Devlin said to him on the phone? I'm very interested in that.
Great question. I'm very interested too to hear the answer to that. Yeah. Yeah. And Jessica, do you have anything to say? Like, you definitely chime in and don't feel like you're interrupting.
I have no idea the conversation that took place between that and Devlin. Like I've stated, the last time I heard from my son was 2 days before he went missing. So the only person that can speak to that conversation would be Matt himself.
Thank you, Jessica, for asking that or answering that.
Right now.
Brenda is saying, has police intervened and or interviewed, I think, anyone in the family? Matt is saying he would call mom back later. So he said that he would call Matt's mom back later. But has police interviewed the entire family? Do you know that answer, Jessica?
I do not know that answer. Matt would be the only one that could speak to that.
Okay. Because they're treating it as a runaway, like he just went missing, right? They're not.
If my son is fine and alive and well, where's the social media presence? Why have none of us heard from him? He's not here.
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering. We talk a lot on the true crime channels, the kids that go missing, instead of treating it as a just runaway, walk away.
Come on, it's comfortable.
They need to treat it criminally from the beginning. We believe, in our opinion. And Matt says police has investigated all family members.
Come on, Papa. Let's
Yeah,
go in your
and
room.
then he also says that he would have called mom back later, right? He would have called Sandra. So, I mean, if he didn't call her back, that really concerns me as to what happened after he left the Lako Laundry is, kind of where I'm focusing attention right now, just based on our conversation where we're at right now. Because if he would have called I would imagine he wanted to speak to her, and if he didn't get a hold of her, I mean, why didn't he try to call her back before or once his phone was fully charged? And I know there was some talk that there was trouble about the phone keeping charge.
Yes, Devlin did have issues with either the phone itself or the charger, but it didn't help that no matter how many times me, Tammy, Matt, it didn't matter. Devlin didn't listen to us. We would constantly tell him, when you're charging your phone, stay off your phone, let it charge. Devlin would be charging his phone while doing all of his, whatever he was doing on his phone. He would not stay off of it and let it charge. He would video chat me while he was trying to charge his phone. Listen to music,
Right.
social media. He wouldn't just let it charge. So I don't know if there is an actual problem with the phone itself or if it was the charger he had. But yes, his phone did have issues keeping a charge. AJ, go in your room. Come on. It's
Yeah,
bedtime.
and that
Let's go.
yeah, and I mean, so he was having trouble keeping it charged because I see that, right? He just always was on it, and it probably wore down the battery, or it was getting to the point where it wasn't holding a charge. Um, yeah, Terry, I'm sorry about that. I saw your comment. I don't know how to make it not do the route that I have put into here. Entered into here. I'm horrible with maps, guys. I'm really trying with these maps. But this is Carl Supermarket right here, hun. Right here. And he was there last, um, seen on camera. But see, like, look at all of this that he could have got caught on camera, because then he heads over to Lake Laundry, which is right here. So here's Carl's, and right across, the way here is Lake Laundry, where he was charging his phone, and he had talked to Matt because Matt answered the phone while Sandra was in the bathroom.
Also, you would think, lady, that if he was at the laundromat, there's cameras in all laundromats around my area because of thieves, trying to steal money, steal people's clothes, things like that. You would think that if he is there, that Ellie would see him on camera at the laundromat. And there's a good question in the chat too. Um, Brenda says, did he have a reason to be going to the lake that late at night?
Not that I'm
Oh,
a,
yeah. Go ahead, Jess. Sorry.
not that I'm aware of.
So he needed a new charger, Matt says. He had a backup battery for the phone. So he was trying to keep it going. And if it last pinged at 11 p.m., where was he in between all of that time? Where was he at in town? I just can't believe no one saw him in town. Somebody else had asked earlier, was he being messed with or bullied? So do you want to talk about that, Jessica?
Yes, there was a group of kids, and I was on the phone with my son during part of the while they were sending him on a wild goose chase. As was mentioned earlier, my son had ads up looking for odd jobs, and there was a group of kids that was sending my son on wild goose chases. In fact, one of them, he was supposed to show up to some house to clean their pool. Well, the owners of the house knew nothing about it and was talking to my son on Ring camera because they weren't even home. So, yes, there were kids that were picking on and bullying my son.
Right, right. And he also had his phone number out looking for odd jobs. And in that scenario, it opens you up to a lot of people calling and things like that. Do you think there may have been issues there?
Um, I'm not sure if there could have been issues there, but there could have been issues with a guy by the name of Zach Thompson. And I do personally know this guy because he has a baby with my second cousin, Amber. Um, Zach Thompson spent some time with my son in Ionia County Jail. Devlin ended up putting me on the phone with him because he did not believe Devlin that I was his mom. So I know for fact that he was in jail with my son. And according to my son, Zach got released before my son did. And upon his release from Ionia County Jail, he told my son that if he sees my son on the streets, he would kill him.
Hmm. I mean, that is come on. Wow. That's
At least
extreme.
three kids, or wait, at least three kids. One even worked for the fire department and was fired because of the bullying. Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, thank you. That is terrible. Poor Devlin. And I heard that he had to drop out of school because he was being bullied at the school in Hastings. Like,
Um,
I mean, what the
that's
hell?
that's not the story I got about him dropping out. So, Matt, you want to clarify that one?
Yeah, because that's what I heard. And I don't know if it even came from, um, I think it might have been said maybe on one of the podcasts, or I know I've heard it. So yeah, I just want some clarification there because I think the bullying part of it could be a big part of it. And if once we establish that it isn't, then check mark that box off. Because yeah, I just don't like to think that Devlin ever got bullied, I mean, how horrible. I know for a fact that I heard Tamara say that there were kids that were messing with him about a $84 burger and, it's got your name on it, you better come and pick it up and things like that. We need you to pay and all this horrible stuff. But yeah.
Does anyone know if that guy that made that threat, if Zach, if he's been interviewed at all?
I have no idea. Matt, do you know?
Devlin was 18, excuse me, meow, when he went missing and he had a birthday, turned 19. So he's 19 now. At the time of his disappearance, he was 18. I believe that too. Brenda Calvert says, well, that guy that lost his job should be interviewed by the police, in my opinion.
I agree.
Definitely.
And do you
And
know how true it is about the updating of the cameras over at Lako Laundry? Like, is that in fact why he wasn't caught on camera?
I have no idea. I'm not there. Matt can speak on that if he knows.
Yeah. Because I mean, I think that's a valid question, and we want to get that cleared up because I can't believe that no one saw him. That's what's really killing me.
The only
What do you
way
think?
I'm going to allow you to be out here is if you don't act like that. Or you can take your little butt back in your room and go to bed. Sorry, guys.
It's all right. You're fine. You're fine. We know he's probably like, come on, mom.
I
Give me
know,
some attention
ladies,
over here.
I
We're
swear
taking
on
all the
everything I love, ladies, I gave birth to a nocturnal energizer bunny on freaking steroids. This kid does not sleep.
Aw.
20
Yeah.
second cat nap and AJ's good to go.
Aw.
Wow, I know, and that's gotta be so exhausting for you too, and you're doing such a
Oh
good
my
job. I
God.
really appreciate you sharing, and I appreciate the conversation with the family in the chat because I think it's so important
Yes.
for us to understand, like, we don't need to be, arguing. Thanks for
No.
being here, Matt. I appreciate all the information as well,
Yes.
you know?
Yes.
Um so he says he dropped out because he couldn't go to regular school and graduate with his peers. Instead, he had to
Yep.
go to Barry ISD, so he
So
dropped out.
dropping out. Yep. That's the story that I got. I got that from both Matt and my son himself. So I
There
can
we go.
verify that.
Thank you. That's fantastic, right? I mean, that's so great that we can agree on stuff and understand better. So then he does drop out, and then do you know when he what brought him to live with Tamara and excuse me, and I if I say her name wrong, I know you call her Tammy, so Tammy and Sabrina.
I call her Tammy. I guess I don't know because that's what I met her by. But yes, her name is Tamara.
Okay,
I've
thank you.
I
I
have
feel bad for saying it
always
wrong.
I have always called her Tammy. But yes, her name is Tamara. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that right, Matt.
Yeah, we can call her Tammy. That's a lot easier for me, but I just kind of wanted to, say it right, because yeah, Carrie Jackson's wondering that too. When did Devlin move from Sandra's house to Tamara's house?
Huh, over a DV charge right before he was supposed to move to Arizona with me. That's why Devlin was on probation to begin with. Devlin's court troubles when he turned 18 started with a DV charge with Sandra, which is why he was on probation. Then he got what's the exact charge? I don't know the exact charge. Matt can clarify that. But then he got in trouble with Ionia County for stealing money from Tammy. In the middle of the night, he got on my mother-in-law's phone and took, I believe, a little over $400 from her bank account and direct deposited it into his PayPal account and attempted to use those funds to pay off his probation and court costs for the thing with Sandra. And then apparently there's some type of B&E in Eaton County, which was the last time that he had spent some time in jail before he went missing.
Right. So I wanted to bring in these text messages, and I know I'm not trying to cause issues. I just want to make sure that all of the information that we're seeing is, valid, and like I just think it's a good thing in order for us to understand the situation better. So, um, Ashley, right? Ashley Tate is saying upset with you for messaging Devlin. So I want to take you back a little bit. Now this is July 22nd, 2024, and she's seemingly upset with you for talking to Devlin. But you're his
She,
mom. So tell me
yeah,
about
she's
you wanting
upset
to
with me
reunite
coming
with
back
Devlin.
into Devlin's life. So, 2 weeks before my son turned 18, I called Barry County cops and I asked them legally, what can I do to come back into my son's life? And I
Mm.
quote, they told me that I could go as far as to show up at Sandra's doorstep, and the only person who was allowed to turn me away would be Devlin himself. 2 weeks after Devlin turned 18 is when I finally got back into Devlin's life. And when Ashley found out about it, Ashley started threatening me and pretty much told me that she was going to do anything in her power to keep my son away from me and out of my life. as far as to go and put hands on me. She caught a case or caught a charge before, and that this time she'd make it well worth it.
Right. And we guys got into a heated conversation because she wasn't happy with you talking with Devlin, but you're his mom though. And, and you're pissed off here too. So, but I just left it how you sent it. I didn't, take anything out because I think everybody needs to know, right, what happened. And you said that you don't mind sharing it. But it's pretty wretched. And her saying, this disgusting crap about another baby being sick. AJ's a beautiful child, and you are doing everything that you can as a mother. And I just, again, I don't know why they're trying to keep you from talking with Devlin. And so when you told me that you went to the police to figure out how you can get back in touch with him, that breaks my heart, you know? Thanks, Matt. It breaks my heart. And I think that sometimes, we can have bad blood and it could really affect the kids or the ones that, you know, are the most affected, right?
I just want my son found. At the end of the day, I just want my son found. Where's my baby? And I don't give a damn how old my son gets. That is my firstborn. He made me a mom. He will always be my baby. That's my DNA running through his veins, and nobody can take that from me.
Well, and Matt says Ashley and I talked after dad died and agreed Devlin needed to know the missing part of his life to help his anger issues. And I think, I mean, I would be angry if I was him too. Like, he probably missed you, even though he loves Sandra as a mom too. Um, you know,
He absolutely loves Sandra. He would call Sandra every day, multiple times a day.
aw. She was like a comforting person in his life that he wanted to talk to, that's wonderful. And
He
we
raised
all
my
need
son.
people, you know?
That was his other mother. She's his legal mother. I'm his biological mother. She raised him. I didn't.
Yeah. Kiki, do you have anything to say?
I just love, that maybe it took, not tooting our horns or anything, but it took someone to be a mediator that we can talk and move forward to, find Devlin. It took Panda Bear and certain ones trying to advocate on YouTube, Panda Bear and Town Chat, and them telling us, hey, you need to cover Devlin's case. And then us looking into it and actually Lady reaching out to Jessica, and Matt coming on and things. And if everyone can stay on the same page, then we might be able to find him.
Yeah, I agree, Kiki, and that's really what my heart is saying right now too, is like I feel really good about having everyone talk and like finding the information that we need to find, even though, you know, there might be some differences or maybe even because we talk about this a lot here too, like where your perception might be different, obviously, because you're a whole different person, your experience is different. And so the same, instance or event can be talked about differently from each perspective from each person because we're all individuals. So I appreciate it very much.
Yes, and seclusion has asked several times, and I don't know if you know this or not, Jessica, but says, has anyone looked in a sinkhole in the area? Sinkholes are known in the area.
Um,
Oh,
Matt could probably be the only one to speak on that because this is the first time I'm even hearing of sinkholes being in that area.
Yeah, I didn't know that because I'm not from that area either.
I haven't
Um,
been in that area since 2014. I came back for a week in, I believe, 2020 And for the most of the time I was there, I was in Grand Rapids. The day before I left and went back to Cali, I spent the entire day in Ionia off of Bellamy. No cameras on Deer Trail, Matt says.
Yeah,
Thanks,
Robini
Matt.
had
Yeah,
asked
because
about
that's
that.
dang. Yeah.
Sorry, lady. I keep talking over you. I'm sorry.
No, go for it. I was just saying, dang. I said, dang. That's too bad that there's no deer. You know what I mean? Oh, dang. But go ahead, Kiki.
No, my question, and I don't know if Jessica knows this, is law enforcement staying, well, she would know if law enforcement is staying in touch with her, but
No, they're giving me the runaround.
is law enforcement staying in touch with the Tates? And if so, did they tell them where the scent dogs had picked up his scent last? Did they say it at the lake?
Matt could be the only one to speak on any of that. The cops are giving me the runaround. That really pissed me off the other day. Um, and this is the first time I'm having any communication with any of the Tates. I stopped talking to all of them altogether, probably about a few weeks after Devlin went missing. Hard to search sinkholes. Yeah, I'd have to agree with Matt on that one.
Yeah. They
Yeah.
would probably have to have what,
Yeah,
like sonar
I think.
detector or something like that.
Matt's saying something about a map being on Facebook. What are you talking about? A map for the scent dogs? What map are you talking about, Matt?
Because that's what I would like to know, Jessica, too, is like about the scent. Like, where did the trail start? Where did it end? Because I heard it ended, up off of
I
Tupper Creek.
Well,
I can't speak to the scent trail at all.
he's
They
saying
said
there
Tupper
is a
Creek.
map on Facebook.
Yeah,
Matt, can you email that to Lady Freedom?
But a map of what? The scent trail?
That's what I'm wondering.
that would
He's
Like,
be
saying
great.
yes, but what is he saying yes to? Emailing it to her? Or?
are they letting the Tates know about the scent trail? Is my question.
That's what I was thinking. Star ground penetrating radar.
Huh.
But yeah, I was what. Yeah, that's a good clarification. I mean, both are important though too. I mean, if they know where all the sinkholes are, and then also, you know, I remember that Robini says they found a woman in a sinkhole in California that fell in looking for her cat, and they could
Yep.
see if there was any along his path or possible path. Yeah, that's why I think it's
Yeah,
important.
that did happen in Cali. There's been a lot of sinkholes recently in Cali.
Okay, so Matt says, yeah, there should be one of the scent path on
On
Facebook. Okay,
Facebook,
great.
and
I'll go on
So,
Facebook.
they have.
I am a part of their group,
Can somebody put Matt's comment back up because he's not on Facebook anymore? Okay, I don't have Facebook anymore, but yes, I think they had a map of the scent path on Facebook.
yeah,
Okay,
and
I'm gonna
is
step out. I'm gonna step out because I don't know if she's listening to this right now, but somebody from a page that I'm a part of just sent me photos. So let me see what those photos are that she just sent me. She did tell me that she was gonna be a part of this tonight. So
yes,
let me
Oh,
see
ma'am.
what she
fantastic.
just sent
Yeah,
me.
she's more than welcome. Yeah, absolutely. Um, yeah, because I'll go on there. I can go on Facebook too and grab that as well. Because
Yeah,
we have a friend named Jules. She's a dog handler. She's in the military actually, and I was going to ask her to take a look at the map of the scent trail and just let me know her thoughts on it. So I would love to help that way too. So yeah, that is so great. We want to make sure we get the accurate information so that way we're operating under the right assumptions. What do you
yeah.
think, Kiki?
Is there, okay, he said they have a map of all the SAR areas too. So is that,
Mm.
what group on Facebook is that? Is that the one that you have, lady, or is it a different group? We want to
I
make
think
sure we get the correct Facebook.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the one that I have that Sabrina runs.
Okay,
Yeah.
so can people hear me?
Yeah, go ahead,
Yes.
hon.
Okay, so based on what she just sent me, she is in here. So can you just send me these maps that they're talking about if possible, so I can forward them to her? And according to her and what she just sent me, there's not like many sinkholes in that area. um I don't know. I can I screenshot this and send it to you, Lady Freedom? Because I can't like read it word for word if I have to keep getting out of here, and when I get out of here, you can't hear me.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, when you okay, sure thing. Yeah, go ahead and do that and I'll read it.
Okay.
Let me I'm trying to go on Facebook right now and see if I can't
So, lady, the SAR areas, is it the search areas?
yeah. Oh, sorry, did you want me to put that up there too? Yeah,
You're
he said
fine.
yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No,
Okay.
no, you're good. They have a map of all the SAR areas too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're getting somewhere. Yay.
Okay.
I know. No, I think
I
so.
just
I'm excited.
I just sent you the screenshot to the phone number that I have for you. Um. So, like, since I know you're listening, if we have the maps that they're referring to, can you send those to me as well, please?
Matt is saying there are sinkholes all along Tupper Creek and the channel between Tupper Lake and Jordan Lake.
That I mean, it was deep when we looked it up the other day. Like it was so deep. 37 feet at the maximum depth, and in my opinion, that's a pretty deep creek. You know.
Did he like water, Jessica? Did he like swimming or could he swim?
My son cannot swim. Devlin had a really bad hygiene issue, and I was telling him, that's not gonna fly with me. I live probably about 4 blocks away from the Colorado River. And I flat out told him, that's not gonna fly with me. If you don't bathe in my house, I'll take you down to the river and I'll throw your ass in the river. You'll bathe that way. And he goes, "No, mom, you can't do that. I can't swim." So my son couldn't swim, but he did like walking down by the river. He was on video chat with me a few times.
And did he like to fish? I heard he liked to fish as well.
As far as I know, yes, but as far as I know, he also did not have any fishing gear. Matt, you could probably speak more on that.
Matt's saying that Tupper Creek is 37 inches at the deepest. Was he at the creek or at the
Oh,
lake?
it's not feet. It was 37 inches.
Mm.
Okay.
So was he at the creek, lady, or at the lake? I'm wondering. I'd like
Well,
to.
he there's that big lake. It runs straight through the creek. You know, the creek runs through. And here I'll share this real quick. Just one second. And I'm sorry, guys, I don't know how to drag the route yet. I'll figure it out. But um, like here's the big. They have a couple of lakes, right? Jordan Lake is down here, and he did like to hang at Buddies, right there. But that's Tupper Lake that they live off of right there. Um, but Tupper Creek then is runs, into Tupper Lake up here this way. So it's not deep. It's not. I was like, wow, that's really deep, and it doesn't look that way on the map. But that's good to know that it wasn't feet. It's inches.
Matt says he loved water but couldn't swim. He couldn't swim unless he had a life jacket on. He hated to bathe or get his head wet. So it may have been like what is it, the contact of, washing or whatever that bothered him, the
So
sensory issue,
Devlin,
maybe.
I can speak to that as far as the autism is concerned. because I had the same issues with both Harmony and up until recently with AJ. So Devlin and Harmony are high functioning autism. AJ is not. Bath time for Harmony and AJ up until recently was like screaming bloody murder. It sounded like I was trying to murder my children just by giving them a bath. Harmony hated water on her head. She was a water bug. Harmony loves water, but she hated water on her head. Once I would go to wash her hair, is when she would scream bloody murder. AJ hated water, period. Bath time was a nightmare. If it wasn't for occupational therapy, bath time would probably still be a nightmare for AJ.
Right, because those therapies really help out a lot, in terms of helping them to get used to it and things like that. So, yeah.
Yeah,
And there's a lot more
right
that we
now,
know now that we didn't know when, Devlin was baby too, so and younger.
yeah, back then autism wasn't talked about or understood like it is now. And
Right.
like I said, Harmony and Devlin are high functioning where AJ's not.
Right.
Jessica, you may know this question, or Matt, if he wants to answer in chat, either one of you guys. Was the lake thoroughly searched? And if not, would the family that lives there by the lake, the Tates, would they be willing for someone to contact narc divers? I think some of those offer services for free to search the area.
So I was told, and this is all hearsay, but I was told by different parts of the community that there were certain parts of Tupper Lake that the family or whoever did not want searched. I cannot verify whether the entire lake was searched or not. And like I said, what I just said is all hearsay. It's coming from different members of the community. So I do not know how much truth there is to that.
Okay. So, Matt, if you can answer in chat, please, that would help us a lot to move forward and find Devlin. I do believe, in my opinion, if it's allowed for someone to come in and search the whole lake was searched. Matt said,
Oh, he's saying the whole lake was searched.
would Matt, would you all be willing if narc divers came in? Are they allowed to come in like that just to do a double search?
I would think so. I just saw Doug Bishop pull out another car from, a cold case, and they used sonar to find the lady's car and pull it up out of and find her. And I don't remember how long ago the case was, but they just successfully found someone else. Um,
Yeah, lady, does it have to be family to request that, or how does that work? I've never contacted NARC or anything.
I haven't either, but Terry DeVoe says Trey from Narc Divers would help. He's great, so that's why I was like, I could
Mm,
send Jessica the page too. I don't know
yeah,
if he's got an email or something because I don't know him either.
I think it's
But
definitely,
definitely worth it.
yeah, I think so too, because, and I'm not trying to interrupt, I'm sorry, because if I don't
No, you're
say what's on my mind, I like forget what I'm saying. But
good.
I think he said yes, they are allowed, but Texas M&M won't come in within Ione County inviting them.
Okay,
So the
okay.
LE has to
I
invite
just
them.
got a message that I'm able to see without getting into Facebook. The contact that said something about the sinkholes being in that area. So I just received a message. She said Matt would know the area better than I would. I just Googled. Come on, stop. All right, I just Googled how common they were. The fact that mentioned those particular sinkholes is very interesting to me. He She also said that backwoods SAR searched Tupper Lake, but I'm not sure about Jordan Lake. So Matt, do you know if Jordan Lake was searched?
Thank you, Shadow. Yeah,
Yeah,
Shadow
but
says Juan Herrera from Angel Divers is also a somebody to contact to reach out, and I've never heard of them.
yeah, because if Ellie didn't mind for them to come in and just do a double search on both lakes, in my opinion, it'd be worth it, especially having sinkholes right there. You know, I mean, if it was my child, I would want it triple searched, in my opinion.
That part.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Have they
What
used
are
any
you
drones?
doing,
Does anyone
dude?
know about the
Let me
drones?
help you. Let me help you. Crazy man. What are you doing?
He said he thought at least the perimeter on Jordan Lake is what Matt said in the chat. Matt, I mean, is there any way to talk to law enforcement and request for us to see if we can get narc divers in the area again?
Oh, the Thornapple River is near their home also.
Yes, and he did like to go down there as well. Come on, Papa, I'll put it in
He
your room.
did.
Come on.
Mm.
Yes,
So Matt says they used the thermal drones within 24 hours of him disappearing. Thanks, Matt. So they were using the drones. Yeah, and it's a public lake. It's not private.
and according to what Matt had told me in the beginning before I stopped speaking with the Tates, they had drones, boats with sonar, mounted cops on horses, like the whole 9 yards out there when Devlin disappeared, according to Matt.
Okay.
Matt says Thorn Apple River is here in Hastings, not Lake Odessa.
Yes, that's also correct.
So whenever he was living up in Hastings or over in Hastings, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Matt, what was that park called that he was constantly at?
I'm
Yeah.
wondering if Devlin ever had anyone following him. Was there ever a car seen or
Um,
spotted
so
when he went missing?
there was an incident about a month before my son went missing. My son was down at Penny's Pizza and he was flipping out to me about some guy in a blue truck that had a camera or a phone or whatever pointed in the direction of Penny's Pizza, but he was outside. This guy was, and Devlin was inside, and Devlin was tripping out. And I'm like, Devlin, let it be. He's outside. You don't know who he's taking pictures of or what he's taking pictures of, you know? Unless he comes into Penny's Pizza and specifically starts, taking pictures of you, you have absolutely no reason to say anything. If he starts taking pictures of you, that's a whole nother story. Then you have the right to, be like, who are you and why are you taking pictures of me? Well, Devlin being Devlin didn't want to listen and he was going to go outside to confront the guy. I kept telling him not to. But he ended up going outside. By the time he got outside, dude was driving off and going around the corner. And Devlin was actually trying to, chase this person down and find out why they were taking pictures pointed towards Penny's Pizza. To my knowledge, Devlin never caught up with the guy, and I never heard about him again. But that's as far as I can say about any of that.
Right. Yeah, it sounds like, I mean, I would be weirded out if someone was taking pictures like that of me as well, but I would have just, like, let it be too. Um, you know.
Well, I
So
mean, just
I think
a
that's good
camera
advice.
pointed at Penny's Pizza, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, you know? He could have been taking a picture of the building or something else that he saw outside nearby, you know? Unless he came inside and started specifically taking pictures of Devlin, it shouldn't have been his concern.
Right, exactly, exactly. I'm trying to find pennies on the map here. I had it earlier.
What did Matt just say? I can't even read that. I think Matt is saying the name of that park I just asked him about, but I can't see what that's saying.
Yeah, he said Swifties, and then he said the guy taking pictures was actually a photographer doing pics for pennies.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and he was there
I
that night
just,
because he would go there a lot, right? Like, they would feed
Yeah.
him and, they were good to him at Penny's, it sounds like.
I
Yeah.
just really, in my heart, I'm really concerned about the water, especially if he liked walking around it but couldn't swim, and then sinkholes. That really worries me, and I wonder how long it took them. Not to discredit law enforcement, but were they understaffed? Did they have to hurry to search? How long was the search?
I know. Well, and, look, what Tamara said on Crime Time Buzz was that they searched her property inside and out and the lake on July 4th. But why July? I mean, I don't know. I always found that to be odd and a little bit late to the party, in my opinion.
I'm sorry, no offense, Matt, but places should have been searched day one, not July 4th. He went missing April 21st. July 4th is damn near 2 months after the fact. Any
Hmm.
places they searched, should have searched since day one.
Yeah, I agree.
Matt says 3 block. He says something about 3 blocks. Devlin used to walk the trail or trailer along it. So he walked the trail of the lake. Is that what he's talking about?
Yes.
And there's sinkholes around there. Now that really concerns me. I would like to know. Yeah, Brenda, does Ellie have the proper equipment to search the lake? I mean, if y'all are for it, and the and somebody can get Ellie to let someone call narc divers, I think that's the next step, in my opinion.
Well, and my problem too is that if they only search the perimeter of the lake, why aren't they searching in the lake? Because until they do that, I don't feel like they've searched it, completely. But then also you have that big Jordan Lake too, and um,
Oh.
because
Matt
typically when
says,
you lose the scent of somebody, it's because they got picked up in a car. So that's where I'm wondering about the scent.
yeah,
And I
that
can't
me
find the
too.
map. I don't know where that
Matt,
is.
So I want to speak to that right now. So rumor has it, and I don't know how true this is because this is stuff that I'm reading on the internet. But rumor has it around 3 o'clock that day that Devlin was speaking to some female walking her dog in the trailer park and that he pet his dog. And I don't know if Tina's still in here or not, but he supposedly walked away from her after receiving a call from his supposed grandma, and he was seen getting into a car and was like really uneasy, like he seemed hesitant about wanting to get in it. And this is all stuff I'm seeing online since my son went missing. But the thing is, who is this supposed grandma that he's talking to? It's not Sandra. Sandra's his other mother, not his grandmother. It's not Tammy. Tammy, technically, legally, is his sister because that's Matt's sister and Sandra's daughter. Tammy's biological or Tina's biological grandmother. He was not on the phone with Tina. There's a lady in California by the name of Isabel Andreas. She's like a mother to me.
Oh, I
Son
think we
before
will.
he disappeared,
I'm
and
sorry, Jessica. Can you repeat that last part because you kind of cut out a little bit? I'm sorry.
oh, sorry. I'm kind of pacing. I have a habit of pacing when like I get upset.
It's
But
okay, no worries.
so I have a lady in California by the name of Isabel Andreas, and she's like a mom to me. She calls me her daughter. My kids are her grandkids. She was in contact with my son before he disappeared. He was not on the phone with her. He was not on the phone with Tina Grissom. He sure the hell wasn't on the phone with my mother, you know. So who is this
Hmm.
supposed grandma? And if he was seen getting into a car near the trailer park and feeling uneasy or hesitant to get in the car or reluctant, who was in that car? But like I said, this is all hearsay that I'm seeing and reading on the internet, so I don't know how much truth there is to it.
Do we know
Uh,
when the last visit Devlin was? When was the last time Devlin visited Sandra?
Matt would have to speak to that.
Okay. And Matt says he couldn't come here until he was released from probation as he got his DA charge for putting his hands on mom. Do you want to speak to that, Jess?
Nope, I definitely don't want to touch that right now. I'm trying to get my
Yeah,
kids
I think
back
it's
to
better that
bed.
we
I'm
don't.
already upset
Just
enough as it is, and I don't need to be starting a fight.
yeah. I'm wondering, did everyone in the trailer park get questioned?
Your
he
guess
last
is
saw
as good
mom
as
on
mine.
Easter Sunday. And
Um,
how did he get over to mom's house? Was he, like did you all get together earlier in the day, or because I know he went and ate at the church for dinner.
somebody had just said something. Oh my God, what did you just say? Somebody just said something about was everybody in the trailer park questioned.
Yes,
Your
I
guys'
did.
guess is as good as mine.
Hmm.
Yeah, and Carrie Jackson wants to know, Matt, when was the last time you visited Lake Odessa?
Technically, they lived in Lake Odessa, but Ionia
Oh,
County Sheriff
same area.
but according to Ionia, or according to the address or whatever, is why Ionia County Sheriff Department's covering it. But to my knowledge, Tammy's property's in Laco, but it's on the outskirts.
Oh, he said a month, Robini said. Thanks, Robini. I'm sorry, I must have missed that. Thank you. Yeah, Matt. Well, I heard that Matt lived. I'm under the impression that Matt lives with Sandra. Is that right?
Yes, Matt lives with Sandra in Hastings, or at least he did before Devlin disappeared. I can't speak to that now. I was
Okay.
at I was in Lake Odessa about a month ago. Matt says he was in Laco about a month ago.
Okay, he says he lives in Hastings. Thank you. He said he was over at the bank. Thanks, Rabini. Thank you guys. I'm sorry. And I don't mean to double ask the questions too. Jackie T says EquiSearch is based in Texas. That's correct to my knowledge, but does cover other states, including Michigan. Maybe another resource that could help. Absolutely, Jackie T. Thank you so much. Um, absolutely. And yeah, they do. They're out in Texas and they help out a lot. Or they have.
And did anyone ever go fishing or walk with Devlin is my question. Did they ever go fishing also?
Matt, you'd have to answer that one.
contact name would be Twyla. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jackie T. I
Yeah,
appreciate you.
Twyla is really good. What I've heard, but I think
I've
they have
heard
to
that
be
name.
invited by by family. I'm sorry.
Um,
Oh, they have to be invited.
Max's EquiSearch won't come unless invited by Ionia County. So we got to push the cops to invite them in order for them to do it. We cannot
Yes,
get them in on this.
yes, I agree. I would get law enforcement to
Devlin
push for
fished
this.
at Tupper Lake. Oh wait, what did Matt just say? Matt just said Devlin fishing at Tupper
Fishing.
Lake.
Mhm.
He fished
Devlin
at
fished
Tupper
at
Lake a
Tupper
lot.
Lake a lot.
Yeah,
Were you at Easter with Devlin, Matt? Mom ended up confirming that they only do come if LE invites them. If LE invites them, it can't be it's not the family, which is I don't understand. I mean, when I don't, right? Because it's their crime scene, it's their investigation, it's their missing persons case. I get it. But Ionia County
Been here
Sheriff's
5.5
does hold
months. Where's my
jurisdiction.
son?
Right. Oh, absolutely.
I mean,
Absolutely.
if Iona County, didn't care, if they are low staffed or whatever, there shouldn't be an issue. I would think, right?
I mean,
Right.
I think they should. I've tried to get the FBI involved in this. I want to know where my son's at. And, dead or alive, I want to know where my son's at. Because if something happened to him and my son is deceased, he deserves to be found and to be put at rest. God forbid that be the case. But dead or alive, Devlin needs to be found.
Right.
Mm.
Right.
GA
Because
64 says narc divers could come in because the lakes are public.
right. I mean, if anything, I think they were saying that the Jordan Lake is county, but if but this one's private over here, the one that he lives off of, and that's where, he was last around that area. So I would say it would be a good place to start if they would be willing to, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
Thanks, Mom, and absolutely, Jessica, we understand. It's tough, right? I mean, and then also I asked Matt about when was the last time he saw Devlin, and he said, "I last saw Devlin when he came for court because I made him a sack lunch, and no, I didn't go to church because I have social anxiety and social agoraphobia." So for those of you that don't know, that just means that Matt has had some issues with leaving his environment, right? He doesn't really like to go out in the public, which is understandable. Thanks for sharing that with us, Matt. I really appreciate it. Okay, so there's public access on the east edge of Tupper Lake.
I'm gonna write that down.
Yeah, because that is a spot of interest, right, Kiki? I think,
I
especially
do.
if he couldn't swim and maybe he got into a position where he was, I mean, he could have maybe fell in. I don't know. I don't know how deep it is or if there's areas that are deeper. I don't see him just like kind of diving in to swim in there though, based on what we know about him.
Is there any kind of dock there? Does Matt know that? Like, a dock that you walk on or anything like that?
Yeah, because it's so hard. That's a great question, Kiki, because it's so hard to see from this angle. I mean, there's like a house here, it looks like, and then, uh, but here's West Upper Lake Road.
Or even a boat ramp, lady, because you know how slick boat ramps are when you're walking on them and they've got algae on
Oh,
them.
yeah. Oh, yeah. I think that happens when I go in here for some reason. This looks like there's like some docks over here or some little, I don't know.
I have a question. Why is the water discolored right there? Where you
Oh,
just
sorry,
looked?
Jessica. Could you just speak up just a little bit?
Before you moved the map, why is the water like really discolored? Like there's a big
Yeah, I saw that.
change.
Like right here?
Yep.
No, over to the right. It almost looks like, Jessica, maybe it's not as deep there or something.
No, I'm talking about like all the grayish, whitish stuff. What is all that?
I think that might be clouds.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Where's where oh, here's where it comes in, right?
It looks like there's another one that comes in too.
Because they were talking about I really wanna find that map that they were talking about, so it's a dirt drive where Tupper Lake Road turns south toward the pig farm.
So when you zoomed in, lady, it looked like there may have been individual docks, like owned by people or something, maybe.
Well, not only that, but
Mhm.
from what I'm looking at, I'm seeing three different accesses into that. One looks closed off, but it looks like there's three different places where water is going into that lake or coming out of it.
Yeah, because yeah, exactly, because then this one just goes straight into this one. You know, Canterbury's mom had mentioned that they meet up right here.
I'll be right back again, lady. I'm still on here, but I've got to keep checking
No,
on the little one. Be
no
right back.
worries, don't worry. Yeah, you're fine. Matt says, my mom, my son, or Sabrina would drive Devlin to court, to and from court.
Sometimes Sabrina would refuse if Devlin had an attitude issue. So I'm being told when I first moved to Laco, I tried visiting Tupper Lake. It's all private land. You have to get permission to access. There are private property signs all over.
Mm, okay. And then Matt says there's an inlet between the creek and the channel.
Even boat launch is on someone's property, it says.
Well, and it's a little suspicious to me that they don't want that area searched either. I mean, I don't know, but,
Well, like I
why
said,
they wouldn't
that's
want to.
hearsay.
Oh, what's that, Jessica? I'm sorry.
Like I said, that's hearsay.
That's just hearsay. Yeah, yeah. Thank you for clarifying that too. Where was court the next day? To my knowledge, it was in Eaton County. Is that correct?
What about Eaton County?
Carrie Jackson says, where was court at the next day? He went missing Lake Odessa or Hastings, Matt.
I really want to say that that was Eaton County, but Matt could probably speak better than to that than I can as well.
Okay, he says the family never said not to search the lake. Thanks, Matt. And he says Berry County was the county that he had court.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back, lady.
Hey,
Hey, hey,
what do you
Jessica. Um,
what do you think about that, Kiki?
I, like I said, I think if everyone, the law enforcement, whoever, whatever the rules are, and we can get narc divers down there. I had another question that came to mind. Do a lot of people walk around that lake? Or, you know what I'm saying? Is it crowded there? Is it more secluded there because of the pig farm nearby? You would think there would be like a smell or what have you from a pig farm, I'm sure.
I agree, but there's farmland all around there. It's like all farms.
Just wonder if there's a lot of people that go there to fish or anything.
Well, that's a good question. And, so just to put it into perspective, yeah, because I'm not sure if that would have been Hastings or Lake Odessa. But yeah, he had court the very next day scheduled, and he was worried about transportation, from what I can gather about getting there. Um, Brenda Calvert wants to know what Matt thinks happened to Devlin. I think that's a good question.
Mm.
And also who was supposed to drive Devlin to court that day, because I would think they have that arranged. Um,
9 times out of 10, Sabrina took Devlin back and forth to court if Sandra didn't. But there was times where when there was issues between Devlin and Sabrina, where there were times Sabrina had refused to take Devlin places and would tell my son that he would have to find his own way there. So that may or may have not happened with this court date. I'm not really sure. Uh, my son was going to give. Oh, okay. Matt's son was going to give him a ride to court the next day, supposedly.
right, right. Thanks, Matt, for clarifying that too. So he was set to give him a ride.
And
Because
yeah,
well, if Sabrina wasn't reliable.
sometimes Matt's son would drive my son places.
Well, that's good. Yeah, because he probably needed a little bit of help. I mean, especially Michigan is kind of unforgiving in the wintertime, right? You know?
Oh yeah, I'm sure y'all could agree with me on this. Michigan is bipolar as fuck. Excuse my language. If you want the weather to change, all you gotta do is wait 5 minutes.
Yeah, yeah, right. And it's just like you got all the lakes around, you get lake effect snow, you get, it's cooler. Um, was Sabrina's truck broken down? Carrie's asking.
From what I hear, the reward money that was stolen was used to fix Sabrina's truck and to bail her boyfriend out of jail. My question is, what was her boyfriend in jail with? What was her boyfriend in jail for to begin with?
Yeah,
And that was not what my son's reward money was meant for. My son's reward money was meant to go to anybody with information leading to my son's whereabouts. It was not meant to be spent on bailing her damn boyfriend out of jail or fixing her freaking truck. It was supposed to be used to find my son.
I agree. I agree. Yeah, Matt says that we have all 5 seasons in one day, but no, Sabrina's truck was not broken down at that time. So that occurred after.
If that's the case, then why the hell did she steal my son's reward money, Matt? Because I was told it was to fix her truck and to bail her boyfriend out of jail. So, you care to clarify that?
I mean,
Carrie
because
Jackson.
what's that, Kiki? I'm sorry, hon.
Go
Go ahead.
ahead. Carrie Jackson says also boyfriend's mugshot has scratches on his face. And then Matt says it scratch his psoriasis. I don't know what they're
Oh, it's
talking.
not a scratch. It's his psoriasis.
Looks like scratching and old bruising to me, just saying.
That
Well,
was
I actually
after.
dated somebody that had psoriasis, and yeah, it doesn't look like scratches or bruising. No, there's a totally different look.
So he went to jail after Devlin went missing.
Yes.
I wonder what his charges are.
I heard it was something to do with child support, but I'm not 100% on that.
I have no
Okay.
idea what he was in jail for, so I'd like to know as well.
But I mean, they don't keep you a long time. I know some places will like take your driver's license and stuff.
Child support, Matt says. Okay.
Yeah. Somebody had sent me something on his charges, and I couldn't remember, but I didn't want to mistake it. But that's very, it's foul to do that. I mean, it's foul. It's really foul. Um, and then to my knowledge, there's a lady named Mary that has taken over the reward fund, so there still is a $6,000 reward for finding Devlin at this point. Um, so
So, Jessica, um, if it's possible to get the narc divers in there, is that the next step that you're wanting?
Hell yeah, whatever it takes to find my son. Find my son. It's been 5.5 months. No word from him since 2 days before he went missing. I am 38 years old. I only weighed now 116 pounds since my son disappeared. This is literally killing me. I'm severely malnourished right now. I'm going gray, and now I have 2 bald spots. I'm stressed the fuck out. Literally, the only person up until a week ago that I had to lean on, or anything like that, is my toddler, and I cannot lean on my toddler for support. That's not right, you know. And
Yeah.
up until a week ago, I was going through this completely alone and stressed out beyond belief. All I want is my son to be found, and as far as I'm concerned, people need to take every single step necessary and available to find my son.
Yeah.
The more we can get his name out there, the more we can get his face out there, the better. I don't want my son being a cold case. I don't want my son being another statistic. Find my baby.
Yes, ma'am.
I agree. Township says, Jessica, please know that you have us now. And, we do have a lot of people researching, and we have a lot of resources that we can connect you with too. Because I know it's very tough when Ionia County Sheriff's Office has the jurisdiction, and but that's not to say that maybe we can't change their mind about allowing for some of this to happen. I always try to look at things in a positive light, and so I think it would be really important and a good thing if we could get them to be supportive of bringing in help. Brenda Calvert
It's
asked,
been five and a
have they
half months
succeeded?
and they haven't located him or, shared any information. If they can't find him or, whatever, I don't understand why they're not seeking outside help.
Oh, I'm with you. What do you think
Yeah.
of that, Kiki?
Yeah, I mean, we're working on another case where the LE doesn't want any help because there's allegedly things going on in LE, in our opinion. So, if you ask for help, I don't see why they would have an issue, really, in my opinion. I don't understand. Another thing I'd like to know too, I know he wasn't seen on camera in the trailer park, but was this scent in the trailer park first off? And then secondly, was the what is it called? I forgot.
Parapro.
Yes. Were they interviewed? Because that would have been allegedly, besides the woman where he petted the dog, you know, did anybody see a car in the trailer park? I mean, everybody in the trailer park, in my opinion, needs to be questioned somewhat.
And I don't know if Joni was ever interviewed by police.
Oh, if who was interviewed by police?
The parapro, I don't know if she was actually ever interviewed by the police. From what I was told, Devlin's phone pinged near Joni Sauer's place, and her car was there. The police knocked on her door, but she didn't answer. And then about 5 or 10 minutes later, she called the police back wanting to know why the police were at her house. That's what I was told. Whether or not the police actually interviewed her after the fact, I don't know. I cannot speak to that.
Matthew says in the chat that she was questioned. Okay, I would like to know. I don't know if anybody can get in touch with her or if she'd be willing to come up either, and I'm sure Lady would agree, to either come up on Ladies or my channel or whoever, um, to see, just to see if Devlin was there, what was his last, what did he talk about?
I don't know about the scent for sure, but
Well,
parapro.
and Matt says I don't know about the scent for sure, but the parapro was questioned. And Town Chat Cafe says, can some kind of GoFundMe account be set up to pay for private investigator? Would that be allowed? So I was talking with Jessica last night, and we were talking about getting together a GoFundMe for that, or in order for her to get to the area so she can talk to law enforcement in person. So I'll be working on getting that put together in order for
Nobody's
her
gonna
to have that.
nobody's gonna donate to me or this situation after Sabrina did what she did. It's all tainted now.
I know that's and I absolutely know that's how you feel, and I'm glad that you said that, because I know like town chat's like, is that allowed? And I mean, obviously, I'm glad you brought that up because it is tough, right? When she's done something like that, and it even though you didn't do it yourself and you don't have anything to do with it or her, it makes you look bad, and and I hate that for you, and I don't think that's
And
fair.
not to mention,
Like it pisses me
all
off.
the trash talk that's been going on about me online for the last 5.5 months, which I don't think is fair. People open their mouths about me that don't even know me, that don't know what the hell is going on, or any of the situation with my kids. And I have people, saying that I'm a piece of shit mother that don't deserve my kids. If that was the case, with all the problems that AJ has, I wouldn't still have my son. And I also don't appreciate certain people, and I don't know if this certain person is on here right now or not, and I'm not going to name drop. I don't appreciate certain people, trying to get on podcasts without, informing me to advocate for my son. Yes, if you want to advocate for my son, advocate for my son. But don't go behind my back and I have to find out about it from somebody else and you're saying that the bio mom's not ready to talk. No, dude, I've been ready to talk since day one. So please, people, if you are going to advocate for my son, do not put words in my mouth.
Yeah, and that's the most important thing here, right? Because when I mean, people are going to fill in the blanks where they don't have answers, right? And I get that, but in the same way, it's the worst thing for your words to be twisted, and also that's what the true crime community looks at. They want people to come out and talk, and Devlin's case has not gotten the exposure that it deserves. In my opinion, we should be looking for him. I agree with Little Redo. Why is there no footage? And Carl's Market, that's nothing. That's 8:21 a.m. If they're saying his phone pinged at 11 p.m., where is Devlin? Right? Where did he go all day? What was he doing all day? Why was he not caught on any other cameras? You know?
Yeah, Matt's saying that the Parapro has a ring cam. So I'd like to know if Devlin was on that ring cam.
Wait. If the Parapro has a ring cam and his phone pinged near the Parapro's house, there is no way in hell that my son's not on that footage.
Amen. That's what I'm thinking. Matt's saying no. So what's going on there?
Right. He said Devlin was friends with most of his old teachers. That's really sweet to know. Thank you, Matt, because that is. I bet you he's just a sweetheart. You
What is
know.
Matt saying no to, though?
He said Devlin was not on her cam.
How was he not if the phone pinged near her house? I'm sorry,
Right.
that confuses me.
So this
Same.
this sounds very odd to me, almost like somebody may have had his phone, in my
Right.
opinion.
What, like somebody did something to my son and then ditched his phone just so it would be pinged there?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
It
it's
just
all
sounds,
odd with the phone, you know.
yeah,
So phone.
yeah, yeah, 11 p.m. and he was supposed to be in by 11. Was that right?
No, his curfew was 10 o'clock. He was supposed
10.
to be in by 10 p.m.
Well, in the area of her trailer park, not at her trailer. She was at home.
Hmm. So she wasn't home that day. So where
I was
where was
told his
Devlin
car was
hanging out
there.
over there? You know, that's what I'm wondering too. I mean, what did he do from the time he left Lako Laundry? Because that's the last ping right there. What is the trailer park? Maybe I need to put that on his missing flyer.
Yeah, and Carrie says, did they find the phone or did they just pull the ping and the records?
I
Well,
know they have
and
the
then too,
records. Do they have the phone, Matt?
yeah, Robini says the phone pings are not exact, right? Because what it's pinging off of is a tower in particular. So it's in that area that they can, and it bounces off of a certain area of the tower, and that's how they can associate it with the location, but it's not exact. Thanks, Robini. Absolutely.
Phone has not been found. Hmm.
No, his phone has still not been found. No. Mm-mm. No.
See, there's something fishy
Thanks,
about
Matt.
that, too.
Yeah, so
Oh,
he had
I'll
his
be right
phone, he
back.
had
My
his
little one's awake.
oh, sure thing, hon. So, yeah, he had his phone, guys. He had his EBT or his bridge card. It's a food stamp card,
And
right?
see,
So he
Matt,
had
that's the
those.
thing. That's the thing with the food stamp card, too, okay? So there is a way to track his food stamp card. 100 feet of tower. What? What does he mean by that? Anyway, there is an app that can track how much is on his EBT card. And
Mhm.
when he used it at Carl's Market, there was still either almost or a little over $200 on his EBT card. My son's EBT card has not been touched since Carl's Market because it's being tracked.
Wow. So he has not been, so that was the last like activity we have of Devlin is 8:21 a.m. That's it. That's it. And then you still haven't been able to take a look at that footage, have you?
No, I have not seen any footage of my son on any kind of camera.
Gosh, that has to just be terrible, right? We hear about this a lot. I don't know why law enforcement keeps that information so close to the vest, um, especially when we know, kind of Devlin liked to hang out around town, but he wasn't seen or noticed by anybody that's come forward as of yet, and that's best
Matt
of my
just made
knowledge.
mention the app that's tracking my son's EBT card.
The Propel app. And it's to my knowledge that they continued to ping Devlin's phone even after 11 PM, but they couldn't get another ping after that. Is that correct?
I don't know. The only ping that I am aware of is 11 p.m. So if there's anything else to that, Matt would have to answer. No one has, only LE has seen the footage. Okay, so the Tates haven't seen the footage either.
Right. Right. They haven't he's
I'm
saying they didn't
assuming
see it.
LE is the cops.
Huh?
I'm assuming that Ellie is the cops?
Oh, yes, yes, LE is law enforcement. Yes. Yes, sorry, LE, yeah, we said that's how we say. Were the pings 8 and 11 near each other? Gary Johnson's asking. I didn't hear about a phone ping at 8 PM, is that correct?
Yeah, I don't know anything about a phone pinging at 8 p.m. I remember Matt calling me around 8:20, 8:30 that night, wanting to know when the last time I heard from my son was. And I said 2 days ago, why? And that's when I found out that nobody could locate my son. Wait.
Right. So Matt was also so so with that, I do wanna talk a little bit more about that in depth. So because we have Matt here too. So he called you and he was like, "Hey, when was the last time you talked to Devlin?" Because around 8 o'clock that night, they were worried about him, right?
Yep.
So you got a call from Matt and Sabrina.
Yeah, Matt called me first, and Sabrina called me second, and I'm the one that told Sabrina to call the cops. Because I'd rather, he be pissed off at us because we called the cops on him and know that he's safe than for something to have happened to him. So I told Bean to call the cops.
Yeah, you told Sabrina, "Call the cops," because, I'd rather have him be upset that we called than for us to take a chance with, reporting him, uh, too late, so, okay, Matt says he got a hold of you around 7:30, so he was the first to call. So, because I know that Sabrina told the news that she was, concerned at 8 o'clock. That's when it started, 'cause and then it was also said that Devlin's curfew was at, like, 10 o'clock.
Yep.
And Carrie Jackson says there was an 8 AM and 11 PM phone ping.
Okay, if you don't mind my asking, who is Carrie Jackson? Like, is she part of law enforcement, or is she just like a random person like us? Because I don't know
And
nothing about an 8 a.m. ping. Do you know anything about an 8 a.m. ping, Matt?
and I have never heard of an 8 AM ping myself, just to put it out there.
So, who exactly is this person? Is she part of LE? Is she part of something? Or is she like a normal person like us? Because this 8 a.m. ping is new news to me. You know anything about that one, Matt?
Oh, she's talking about, she said Carrie Joe.
Oh, oh, oh. Hi, Carrie Joe. How are you?
So Matt
I've been
says the only
talking to
ping he
her the
knows
last
about is
few days.
11 PM.
Yup. See, Matt knows the same thing I know. I don't know nothing about this 8 a.m. ping.
Well, and he's saying even if the ping, if even if they did ping his location now, it would register at the trailer park until he uses it again, which, yeah, I can see that, like, if he powered it up. Um, oh, the 8:22 phone c Matt, what time was your phone call with Devlin at the laundromat? Like, what time did he make it over there to call Sandra? Because Carrie Jackson says 8:22 AM phone call, 11 phone pings. So,
I'm back, lady, and Brenda's got a good idea. Does Jules, Canine Jules, have a cell phone sniffing dog? Would that be a scent dog? They would just have to
Wait, what the
like
hell? I
give
can't.
her something of
she
his.
does have, like, her dogs can sense the ion batteries and stuff like that, like, or
Yep.
they can sniff them out. So I bet you that's why I was like, I really would like to get Canine Jules involved. She's up in, Pennsylvania area, but I know that she will travel for cases and stuff, so that's why I was wondering, if maybe her dogs could help. Um,
Now, does she have to be invited by Ellie, or can she do it on her own?
Well, she's active military, so she would actually have to get involved with LE, I think either way. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, in chat, because yeah, like in the Sebastian Rogers case, she was like she was talking with law enforcement, like when she was talking with TBI, she was talking with, Sumner County Sheriff's Office, and they gave her the okay to, search with the dogs, because that's all it really takes. I mean, they just have to approve you. Um, but then the stepfather in the case didn't want it to happen, was the problem there, in my opinion. Okay, so you talked to him about 8:30, so he walked right down to the laundromat, and even, like, yeah, he needed his phone charged, but he was calling Matt, because that's what that's what Jessica said. He would still be charging his phone, but he'd be using it to call people still, and stuff, so it was closer, oh, sorry, closer to 9 AM. Carl's was 8:21 AM. Yes, Town Chat, it was. Yeah, she could track batteries, so
So the lady, the 11 phone pings were they?
I'm guessing they would just be right in that area. Yeah, her superiors. Yeah, Robbie. Exactly. So she would just, but I was gonna have her get involved, but I wanted to make sure that we knew the exact routes and stuff so I could show her, where they were talking about with the dogs that, losing the scent, and that sort of thing. Oh,
I'm
KJ
sorry.
Memphis. No, you're good.
I'm
KJ
sorry
Memphis
if
has
I
a
keep
question.
asking questions that's already being answered. I had to
No,
run back and forth.
no, keep asking. We appreciate it. So KG Mix says, were the automobiles at the trailer park searched or located? That's a good question.
I don't know. I have no idea.
So Matt says, I don't know about 11 pings, but all the pings were at the tower near the trailer park.
Hmm. You would think that Ellie would have a scent dog that could get that phone in that area.
Yeah, well, I was thinking that too, especially if his phone was left in the area. Um, he did
Okay,
buy
so
breakfast at Carl's, yeah.
phone pingings go by a certain tower or whatever. So whatever tower my son's phone pinged off of, what is the radius, like the area? Because however far the ping goes out from that tower or whatever, that whole area needs to be thoroughly searched.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
agree.
And with the para, and I'm not alleging anything on anyone, but with anybody having ring cameras in that trailer park, Ellie needs to get everything on those cameras. Now on Ring, if Ellie requests it, they can go back even if footage had been deleted or skipped.
Right, right. Yeah, and, we all know that the Life 360 stuff can be, altered and things like that, and so that was definitely coming from LE that, you know, the phone could last at 11 p.m., and I just find that to be really weird if they were all looking out for Devlin, around 8 o'clock. Um, is what Sabrina said. She said she started going place to place, and then she started getting a bad feeling because he wasn't at any of the places that she was going to. And so, in that regard, I would think that if he was still around the area, they would have just found him, right? But he would have been chilling at the trailer park or something, or someone he knows from over there. It's just very bizarre that timing now, because I mean I thought it was AM that would make a little bit more sense if the last ping was, that he headed from, the Lyco Laundry to the trailer park and then something happened over there. But if he was still pinging at 11 p.m., then that changes the whole timeline.
Unless somebody had a phone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jess. Say that again. I couldn't hear you.
Unless somebody had his phone.
Unless somebody had his phone. Absolutely. Absolutely. How
Hey,
long
I'm
was
lady.
sorry,
the
I'm sorry,
Charles
y'all,
about?
but with the circumstances and how long that it's been, the bad thoughts are getting harder and harder to fight.
Hey, lady, I'm gonna have to drop down, hon. I'll be in chat, okay? Thank you
Yeah,
so
no
much,
worries. No, thank you for being
Jessica.
here.
Thank you
Thank
for being here.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys. I'm sorry
No
that I have
worries,
to
girl.
leave,
See you in
but
chat.
I appreciate all the answers, Jessica, and we'll be praying,
Somebody
and we're
just
gonna.
somebody just said something about how far of a long or how far of a walk is it from Carl's to Tammy's place. Matt would have to answer that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, you're fine,
No,
honey. I just want to let you guys know that I'll be in chat and
thank you.
be praying, and me, lady, and everybody that's helping with Devlin's. We're gonna we're gonna try our best to get the resources and things that you need.
And Kiki, I appreciate you for being here. I appreciate you for the other night and keeping my son's name in the spotlight. You know, come hell or high water, my son will be found.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I believe that too. I do believe that. Joe says, is MSP involved? And Joe lives around your area too, just so you know. He's been following the story
MSP,
too.
Michigan State Police. Matt, are they involved?
Yeah, Michigan State Police. That's a good question. The walk is about a mile, give or take, and took him about 20 to 25 minutes, right? So I could see how if he cut through, it would be so quick, right, Matt? Absolutely. Because, like with this route, I just typed it into the Google, but I mean, this one he'd have to go all the way around to Upper Lake, So he was smart. He just like goes right to into town like this, um, because this is his house, and then he's going into town. And forgive me if I don't have that route exact, and I'm gonna try to get that exact route. I want to get his exact route down. So thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. And it's a 20 to 25-minute walk, give or take. And that does shave down some mileage, right? And so, I apologize to Tamara because I said she was lying about the route, but it looks to me that it would be maybe a mile if he cut through and he didn't take the long way or the main roads in. So thank you. And I apologize to Tamara if she's listening. Okay, so KJ Max says the last spot any towers picked up or handed off the phone is where the answers are. If the phone was turned off or died, someone has moved that phone since, either Devlin himself or someone else. Good point. They did get us that raw beanie, and I'm not sure of the exact trail that they found. I do know it dropped off somewhere by Tupper Creek and Bonanza. So Tupper Creek, this is Bonanza, and this is where it runs into Tupper Creek. But look, he had to have walked. I mean, how would he have walked? Now he could have walked up Jordan Lake, but there's a lot of people over here, the fairgrounds, all of that, which he did go to the fairgrounds a lot and stuff. So, Viking Car Wash, right? Um, and somebody said if he got breakfast, wouldn't he have gotten lunch?
He used to
I
work
agree.
at the auction barn, wherever that's at.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jessica. What did you say? I'm sorry, hon.
He used to work at the the auction barn, wherever that's at. He was let go from there because he was breaking in there and sleeping there at night and calling me at night, so he was let go. But he used to work at the auction barn, wherever that is.
The auction barn. Let's see.
Gone all day. He would leave in the morning, back until night.
Oh. Oh. Oh, the auction barn is way out of town, I guess. Oh, whoop, sorry. Oh, haywire. Sorry, guys. Ooh. Wow. All right. So yeah, it's a while. Wait a minute. Is it off of Pendleton Road?
I have no idea.
Like,
Matt would have to answer that.
I was gonna say, I wonder if I got the right place. Okay, so yes, the scent dogs got sent from his items at Tammy's. Okay, great. They did use his items from Tammy's to get the scent trail. Hey, Kiki. Sorry about that, Terry. I know. I think it happens whenever I go into that because every time I go into the map, it does that. There is a trailer that goes from Oak Ridge Drive to Bonanza Road. Oh, okay. There's a trail that goes straight there. Okay. But he wasn't sleeping at the
Devlin
auction
talked. I
barn.
don't know what Bonanza Road is, but Devlin talked to me about Bonanza Road a lot. He
Oh,
said
he
he
did?
was sleeping at the auction barn, but he did break
Oh,
into.
that's why.
So he wasn't sleeping there, but he did break in to call me.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, Jess.
So Matt just said in chat that he wasn't sleeping at the auction barn, but he did break into the auction barn to call me.
Oh, he did break it. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, he wasn't sleeping in the auction barn, but he did break in there to use the phone.
Yep.
Livestock. Oh, okay. Livestock auction barn in town. Okay. I think I remember actually seeing that on the map before. I don't know where I'm thinking myself here. Sorry, guys. I totally did something.
When he says in town, is he talking about Hastings or Lake Odessa, though?
I don't know. I don't know.
Matt, Lako or Hastings?
Maybe I have to open this in a new window. Sorry, guys. Tupper Lake Road. Tupper Lake heading west. Thank you, Panda Bear's mom. Did the pigs from the pig farm get sold at the livestock auction?
Oh my god, I don't know. No.
All right, west past Twin City in Lake Odessa. Thanks, guys. And Cece's wondering if Sabrina's boyfriend was living there also at the house with Devlin and Sabrina.
Yes, and there's made mention of the boyfriend having an 18-year-old son that was also living there at the time of Devlin's disappearance. I didn't know anything about an 18-year-old son until after the disappearance. When my son disappeared, the only people living in that house was Sarah, my son, William Hartman, Sabrina Host, and
Jessica, I'm sorry, you're breaking up, girl. I just want to make sure we get all the information. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
So I have heard people mentioning William Hartman having an 18-year-old son who also lived in the home when Devlin disappeared. I didn't
Mhm.
find out about this 18-year-old son until after my son had disappeared, and I was not there before the disappearance. When my son disappeared, the only people living in that household was my ex-mother-in-law, Tammy, William Hartman, my son, and Sabrina's toddler, Julius, who is the same age as AJ. There was no 18-year-old male living in that house when my son went missing.
Right. No 18-year-olds living in there, and that's Christian. Matt says Christian was not there when Devlin went missing. Thank you. Thank you so much for clarifying that, 'cause it's important to know that because, of course, I would look at that other child in the household and say, "Okay, what was going on there?" So I don't wanna put any heat on Christian, and also, he doesn't deserve that if he wasn't involved, right?
The only child other than my son, and my son technically, biologically, isn't even a child, but the only child in that household was Sabrina's toddler.
So the only child in the household was Sabrina's toddler. Okay, perfect. Yeah, and that's good to know. And so who all had transportation in the household? Was it just Sabrina and her boyfriend that had like vehicles?
More than likely, being that Tammy's disabled now. But Matt, you'd be better to answer that.
Hold on one second, Jess. We might have to leave and come back in. It looks like there's some static. Hold on one second. Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, great. Is that better, you guys? Cece says, thank you so much for clearing that up, Jessica.
I don't know who this Christian kid is. I've never heard of him until after my son's disappearance.
Right, right. So Devlin slept on the floor, is that correct?
After Sabrina and Will moved in and took over the back bedroom, yes, my son was either sleeping on the floor in the living room or in the recliner that he was pushed into.
Okay, give me one second. Let me see if it's a fan. Can you hear feedback or anything, Jess? Does it sound bad on your end?
No.
Okay, hold on a second.
Sometimes there's feedback on mine, but I haven't heard any on yours.
Okay, hopefully that helped a little bit. I just turned the fan off. But when
But
you
as
live in
far as
Florida,
everybody having vehicles at that property, I know that my mother-in-law is now disabled, so I think Sabrina and Will were the only ones with transportation, but Matt would be the better one to clarify that.
great. And Little Red's asking, can I ask why was he not in Arizona?
Because of the court cases that he had in Michigan.
Right,
He was supposed
right.
to move out here September 26th, not this past September 26th, but September 26th of last year, right before he got his first case. He was supposed to come out here.
Okay, yes. Little Red says thank you. Matt says yes, he did sleep on the floor. He's he was never pushed into a recliner as it was gone and a love seat was there.
I confronted Tammy right after Devlin told me, and I've got screenshots to prove it.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, and you've shared a lot of that information with me, and I don't want to get too far into going back and forth, but I do want to focus more on why Devlin was sleeping on the floor, because I don't think that is a good night's sleep for someone. And then he was walking all over the place during the day. I mean, he had to have been uncomfortable, in my opinion. Because I don't think I could sleep on the floor every night. I don't know, I'm older, obviously, but I just how Jessica, how did Devlin come to live with Sabrina and Tamra? And I know that, like, we kind of got into that earlier, but could you just kind of go over that again?
He got the DV charge with Sandra, so he couldn't be on the property in Hastings. So he had to be at Tammy's. When Devlin first moved in with Tammy, Sabrina and Will was not living there. Sabrina and Will and her baby moved in after the fact because I was having video chats with my son in the back bedroom. When my son was first living there, my son had the back bedroom. He moved out to the living room after Sabrina, Will, and Julius moved in.
Yeah.
I feel like my son was basically, kicked out of the back bedroom by being Will and the baby. I mean, granted, they had a toddler, but my son was there first.
Right. Right. And to your knowledge, what was the reasoning behind the DV thing with Sandra? Did he, because
I really
well,
do not want to start a fight, and if I get into that right now, it's going to start a big fight.
yeah,
And
I
right
understand.
now, we are all working together, and I'd like to keep it that way.
Yeah, for sure. No, you're absolutely spot on. So, in terms of Devlin getting cut off of the electricity, to your knowledge, when did that happen?
I cannot give you an exact date, but yeah, Tammy would not let him use the electric at the house. But I can't give you an exact date as to when that started. Maybe Matt can, but I can't. I know it was a few months before he went missing, though, that started.
Right. Okay. I see.
Sandra paid the electric bill, and Tammy still wouldn't let Devlin use the electric.
Yeah, see, when I heard that, I was kind of shocked because then I don't feel like, well, for one, I'll just say this. I don't think it's an effective punishment. Um, you know, so that bothered me. And two, I just think, they were kind of painting a picture where Devlin just really liked to be, out and about town. But then again, if I couldn't eat there, if I didn't, he's eating dinner out places because he couldn't eat at home. And that to me is a rough thing to put a child through, in my opinion.
To this day, Sabrina owes my son money that she borrowed supposedly to make it some kind of meal that my son wasn't even allowed to eat.
Yeah. Oh, maybe was the stop of the electric when Sandra moved in?
Wait, what? Sandra didn't live there. Sandra lives in Hastings.
Or I mean Sabrina, excuse me, I read that wrong. When because Gary Jackson's saying stop this electric stop after Sabrina moved in.
I have no idea. I can't speak to that. I don't know exactly when Sabrina moved in or the exact date of the electric crap happening.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. And then,
Would have to speak on that.
How long ago was it? Somebody's asking that Devlin moved in with Tamara and Sabrina.
Mm, when did the DV charge happen, Matt? I think it was like a week before September 26th. But like I said, when he first moved in, Sabrina was not there.
You know, I do feel that way as well, Little Red said, let's be honest, they made him homeless and violated their fiduciary responsibility. They should face charges. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. No. I agree. Give me one second, Jessica. Go ahead and if you want to just I think one more question I have, and that was my air that kicked on, you guys. But when oh sorry. Matt says Devlin moved in last year, but I don't remember the date. Matt said.
It was anywhere from a week to maybe like 4 days before he was supposed to move in here. It wasn't that long before he was supposed to come to Arizona to be with me and his brother.
Okay, sorry. I had to come back in and back out and in again. Are you guys saying I still have a bad connection?
I've always been able to hear you fine.
Hey Jess, I'm sorry. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can you hear me okay? I wonder
I've always
saying
been able to hear you fine. I've never had any issues with hearing you.
okay. Maybe an earbud or a mic. I don't know. I'm just using my computer today, so I wonder if that has anything to do with it because I don't have a mic on. I don't have a mic at all, but I do have my ear on. Can you guys just not hear me? Or what is it? Like it's crackling?
Nothing on my end. I don't even see.
Hey Jessica, could you leave the studio and come back in?
How do I do that?
Okay, can you guys hear me now? I tried to fix whatever that was. I don't know because I'm not using a mic. I'm just waiting for Jessica to come back up. Okay, thank you, Matt. Oh, here's Jessica. Hey, girl, I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're good.
So, I think you sound good too. Okay, that sounds great now, they said. Oh, good. Woohoo! Sorry about that. I don't know what the heck. And I know my air kicks on, so you're gonna hear like, I mean, but I live in Florida, so it's like super, you know, humid here all the time. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Andrea. Thank you, guys. All right. So moving along, that CPS was never called to Tammy's while Devlin was there. Matt said that, and no one had fiduciary responsibility for Devlin. He was deemed competent, and that's I did hear that as well. Thanks, Matt. That's a good reminder as well, um, that he could work. You know,
Yeah, Devlin did not have a guardian.
right? Because the judge said, hey, he's high functioning autistic, right? You were saying that earlier. He's very much capable of working and doing for himself, which is a good thing.
I mean, he's immature, but what 18, 19-year-old isn't? And yeah, my son is biologically 19, but mentally he's not. Mentally, he's more like, what do you say, Matt, 15, 16? It sure the hell isn't 7 or 8.
Right. Well, they were given that wide range in the beginning, saying between 7 and 12. And I'm like, well, 7, 8, 9 year olds aren't the same as like even, 11 and 12-year-old. I mean, it's just such a range that I'm like, well, which is it? Is it a 7-year-old or a 12-year-old? Because that's crazy range, you know?
That pissed me off when I saw that 7 to 8 years old now. Like, yes, he's not, mentally his biological age, but he's not that young either. Mentally, and Matt can speak to this. Wait, what did she say? He was able to work, but had issues managing money. Yes, that is very, very, very true, Matt. Thank you. Um, anyways, yeah, he was more or less. Age depends on day, mood, and stress. Yeah, but it's not 7 or 8 years old, no matter what it depends on. It's not 7 or 8 years old, Matt.
Yeah, that's so young, but and I can see like where, he might have days where he would melt down or they call it with autism overstimulated, right? Which just
Yeah.
means they're like overwhelmed, which we all get overwhelmed, but oh, Little Red says, lady, what live were we on that was told someone was getting his check until he was deemed an adult by the judge? Well, he was on SSI to my knowledge, and then he had to go in front of the judge to see whether he needed a caregiver or, excuse me, maybe an executor or,
Sabrina was trying to get guardianship over my son.
thank you, guardianship. Thanks,
I
Jess. Go
have
ahead.
I have messages to prove that as well. Sabrina was trying to get guardianship of my son, and the judge pretty much said that he did not need a guardian. As to who was my son's payee for his SSI before he became an adult, I cannot speak to that. Matt would have to speak to that.
Yeah, I'm just curious too, and of course it does go back to that, but then, it also spoke
Okay, hold
to
up, hold up, hold up. Matt just said sometimes 12 to 15, sometimes his age was 30 to 50. And I've been told that by several other people that my son has the mind of a full grown man. Yes, sometimes he was immature, but what teenager isn't? But yeah, it was never 7 to 8 years old. It was more like Matt said, I would say 15, 16 in my experience with my son. But like I said, I didn't raise him, I wasn't there for most of his life. But according to Matt, it was, some days it was 12 to 15, other days it was 30 to 50.
right. Well, I called him an old soul. Is what I kind of noticed about Devlin, that he's very much like he you could tell he enjoyed, to be around older, folks, which is really cute, in my opinion.
I did that as a kid, all through, elementary, junior high, high school. I didn't play at recess. I hung out with the recess aides.
Yeah, and it sounds like all of his teachers kept in contact with him, which is, interesting too. Kiki says, I wonder if anyone at Carl's actually talked to Devlin since he didn't meet a stranger. That's a good point. And if he was a regular at Carl's,
I can't speak to that.
yeah,
I wish I
I
could,
know.
but I can't speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, I know because like in the Sebastian Rogers case, and people are saying it's so similar to Sebastian, and I agree. You know, his dad did ask the police for proof of life, and they did show him footage.
All right.
Um,
Matt just says split age due to hemispheres of his brain being further than normal apart, which caused neuron misfires, which hydrocephalus could have been the cause of that. Devlin also had cerebral palsy. Devlin was also autistic.
right. Exactly. Exactly. Um,
Also, hydrocephalus is not known to be hereditary. It is not supposed to be hereditary, but it seems to be. There are only 2 known cases in the whole U.S. where hydrocephalus is hereditary, and my family just so happens to be one of them. Devlin, um, Devlin, Harmony, AJ, me, my mom, and my half sister all have it. Hydrocephalus is a very rare medical condition where you only get it if you can be born with it or it happens from a severe head injury. Most kids that are born with it without a shunt don't make it past the age of 6 or 7 years old.
Kiki's wondering, did he have stents for the hydro?
Not to my knowledge.
Did he have fluid on the brain?
That's what hydrocephalus is. Hydrocephalus is where you have too much water on your brain. The only way to help it, there is no cure, but the only way to help it is something called a shunt, which is a metal plate that they put on your brain to drain the water off your brain down your spine. I do not have a shunt, and I was born with it. I was diagnosed at 2 years old.
Wow. So,
Every day I'm alive is literally a miracle.
sorry,
I'm not
shunts.
supposed to be
Not
alive.
shunts. Yeah, well, and I mean, you're doing so well with everything. I can't imagine what you're going through. Um, I just can't. It's a terrible situation to be in, and just trying to figure out what's happened here. Because so, one of my biggest things is there was no, like Kiki was saying, people saying they talked to Devlin that day or saw him around or that he was caught on any cameras. Um, it's that's just odd.
I don't understand how there's no camera footage since Carl's Market. There's all these conspiracy theorists nowadays talking about Big Brother this, Big Brother that. Everybody's got cameras nowadays. How is there no camera footage besides Carl's Market for my son?
Okay, my apologies. I just ran to turn off my air. And yeah, I mean, there needs to be something more that can be done um, to figure out what happened here. Um, Carrie wants to know if Matt agrees that Devlin was not treated well. I mean,
I'd love to hear the answer to that one.
yeah, I mean, I would too, because in my opinion, from everything that I've heard so far, that's what really prompted me to contact you, Jessica, because I thought this is crazy. Kiki and I had been talking about it. We're like, well, we got to try to see, if his mom would like to talk, right? Because that's the next step. And, if you're getting into these cases, I agree. You really you want to be involved. You want to know
I
when people,
want to go back home. I have no way to get back home.
yeah. Oh, definitely.
Don't get me wrong, y'all. I'm never gonna come back home to live. Screw that. It's too cold down there.
Well, especially with the ring cameras in the trailer parks. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing too. Yeah, I'll pull it up. Yeah, it's really unnerving to know that there's no footage, right? Yeah, Cherry says no
Sandra,
cameras for baby Emmanuel.
Sandra Tate, the woman who raised my son from a little over a year old to when, he was no longer there, that woman deserves answers as to what happened to her adopted son. I gave that boy life. That's my DNA in his veins. He's my son. I need answers. I need to know what happened to my baby. Sandra and I both need closure. And mind you, up until whatever you want to call this conversation going on between me and Matt right now, I've had no conversations whatsoever with the Tates since soon after Devlin's disappearance. Sandra and I both need closure and answers. What happened to our son?
Right, because I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that she's not worried to pieces over Devlin being missing. I can't, I mean, my heart goes out to Sandra, and I've never said anything bad about Sandra because I understand that she didn't have anything to do with it, but also it's just, I just can't imagine how, because they talked all the time, and then she was probably happy to have his call, so I mean, it's just, I don't know. Leslie keeping it real says someone knows something. Why all the secrecy?
That part.
Yeah, yeah. So that's why it's like we need to get down to the nitty gritty here. Um, Jackie T says that Devlin sounds very capable, perhaps impulsive, but still very vulnerable. Not simply a runner or missing person, in my opinion.
Thank you, Jackie.
Yeah, that's kind of my because he relied on people
He
and he loved
was.
people a lot. It sounds
Alright,
like.
Matt says he was tested at Helen DeVos Children's Hospital and didn't have hydrocephalus, but yeah, you're full of shit. He does not have fetal alcohol syndrome. That's physically impossible. Devlin himself is the one that told me that he had hydrocephalus, so that's where I'm getting that information from. The only way that you can have fetal alcohol syndrome is if the mother drinks during pregnancy. Yeah, Devlin don't have fetal alcohol syndrome. My pregnancy records and Devlin's birth records can prove that. Nice try, though.
Yeah, and Matt, we were getting somewhere, and then, so please don't, see, the thing is about that is that that really doesn't matter at this juncture, but I think it's very important for us to understand who Devlin was as a person. I don't think who Devlin was as a person is reflective of that diagnosis, in my opinion, and so I'm not a doctor or anything like that, but I do know that there's certain characteristics, and I think that it's important to focus more on what happened to Devlin, right? Because we told his story, and I appreciate you, Jessica, for being up here and telling his story,
Hey, I
and
have a
your story.
question. I have a question. I don't know if
Yeah.
it's possible because of where he's at, but is there any way that you can do an interview with his father?
I mean, yeah, yeah, we
I
could
don't know
definitely
how
set
you would
that up.
go about that with him being where he is, but
I mean, I might have to call up to the jail and see if they'd be okay with me talking to him. I've never done that before. But, I'd be willing to do that, because, you know, every
Because I'm
bit of
sick of this
information.
fetal alcohol syndrome bullshit.
Well, and you shouldn't have to put up with that. I like I said, I think moving forward, it's just smart not to continue to put that out there, because it's not relevant when we're talking about Devlin and how he disappeared and why he would have disappeared. I think those things are more important, especially because, he could have ran away, right? We can't discount that completely. He could have gotten into a vehicle with someone that he thought was a friend, or maybe that was going to bring him to a job and something happened. There's many,
Zach
many.
Thompson could have made good on his threat.
Zach Thompson could have made good on his threat, right? Absolutely. Like, I'm not pointing fingers at anyone. I'm side-eyeing a lot of stuff, but I mean, that's okay. That I'm trying to consider everything. Um, I just think it's just so frustrating because, yeah,
At the end of the day, the only thing that matters is where is Devlin?
no, you're good, Raw Beanie. You're good. You're good. It's not your fault. You're not, we're not, it's not anything. It's just a sore subject because somebody might think, well, the mother's automatically a bad person when you hear something like that. And if it's not true, and I believe it not to be true, um, I just think, it's better to just not bring it up. And plus, don't aggravate Jessica more over something from the past, right? So, I
It's
mean,
not even true. So
and
don't even try to, say something that's not true when the only way to get fetal alcohol syndrome is if the mother drinks during pregnancy. Devlin doesn't have fetal alcohol syndrome. There's no way in hell. And that's another reason why I just asked the question that I asked. See if you can get an interview with Adam Nolan.
yeah, yeah, I would definitely talk to him, if he was willing to talk to me. Um,
Best believe I'm getting prison letters from him. And in fact, I got a prison letter from him just yesterday morning that I haven't even been able to finish reading because I got to a line where it asks, "Is there any news on Devlin?" And that's when I had to stop reading it because, no, there is no news on Devlin.
so Adam Nolan is concerned about Devlin. That's his child, right? His biological child.
Adam
So yeah,
Adam
tell us more.
Nolan Adam Nolan was supposed to talk to Devlin on the phone right after Devlin went missing. Devlin was excited to talk to his dad on the phone.
Right. Right. And he, I mean, that's the thing. Devlin just comes off to me to be a very sweet person and a people person. He seems to like people. He seems to like music. He seems to like to just kind of, be around. And that's a good thing. Robini
Um,
says, did they do an
yeah,
investigation into the hamburger? Yeah, the bully, the cheeseburger
I
bully, and
yeah,
yeah,
I was
jerk.
just gonna comment on that. I have no idea if they did or not.
Because that's another concern, right? I mean, that's one avenue to look down to eliminate. And thank you, Holly S, for the green heart. Or, sorry, green hearts, blue hearts. Thank you, Holly S, for the blue hearts. Um, KJ Max says his diagnosis is whatever they are, didn't put his phone at the last location. KJ Mac,
Thank
I love
you. Thank you.
KJ. She's so
Thank you
smart.
very
Oh,
much.
why did I think of that, KJ Mac? No, I'm just kidding. She's so good. She says, his diagnosis, whatever they are, didn't put his phone at that location, and it didn't make the $84 burger prank. It didn't cause him to have a change on his phone at the laundromat, and the last contact. Yeah. So do you know who? And I know we kind of went over a little bit of this, but who was the very last contact on his phone? Do you know?
I have no idea. I'm still trying to figure out who this supposed grandma is because it's not Tina. It's definitely not my biological mother. It's not Isabel. And it sure in the hell isn't Sandra. Sandra's his other mother. It's not Tammy because legally Tammy is his sister. So who is this supposed grandma?
Exactly. Well, and Tammy said he would call her during the day or sometimes when he was walking home,
But
and so
Tammy legally is his sister. He called Tammy his sister, so that would not be even a step grandma. Sandra
right,
is his other mother, so grandma would not be Sandra.
right. He
I,
would
I've
call her mom.
already I've already questioned the other two, and he sure in the hell wouldn't be on the phone with Jackie. So who is this supposed grandma? And
Yeah,
Tina, if you're still in the chat, you can verify that. Police
yeah.
haven't released info on his last calls, said Matt. I don't know
Mhm.
anything about the last calls either. I know police have the records, but I don't know anything after that.
Right.
Oh, I can also say this. This is from Detective Heshy, who is the lead investigator. Um, he verified to me that they do have the records, and he also stated that because of Devlin's mental disabilities, that they were going through Devlin's records with a fine-tooth comb. I can say that.
Good.
Other
Good.
than
They
that,
should.
I can't say anything.
Yeah, they should. They really, really should be doing that. Absolutely, because all of that digital evidence is going to lead us to where Devlin was last. And if the last ping was at 11 p.m., um, you know, I mean, but that area is so small, and we've talked about it before. It's pinging off the trailer park tower. Well, he could have been, anywhere in town, just, within range
Yeah,
of that. So.
that's why I asked what's the radius around that tower that was pinged, because in my opinion that whole entire area should be thoroughly searched.
I agree. And because I mean, they were already worried and calling you around 7:30, 8 o'clock. So, I mean, that and then if his phone pinged at 11 p.m., why were they not in the area looking for him at the trailer park? Like, because obviously they're out there. And I get, if Sabrina's looking, she's going to be looking right just around the area, maybe places he would frequent or something like that, is what she said. And so, she's over there looking for him. She's only one person,
Yeah.
right? So I mean, but wasn't LE looking? Didn't they start the search right away? And then Matt said they used drones, right? So
According to Matt and what he told me, they used drones, boats with sonar, um, mounted cops, like the whole 9 yards, out searching for my son.
well, this is a good question. Kiki says, was there any older women in his life besides family, like ones from the dance barn area?
I don't know. I can't answer that.
And that's a good question too. Why were they worried at 7:30 p.m.? Was he normally, because that's way before his curfew. Yeah,
He
that's
came. He came back late all the time.
yeah, would he get in trouble for coming home late? I mean, obviously that would be a reason to, punish him or whatever, take his phone away or
He'd
something.
get
Not
locked
the
out.
electric.
He'd get locked out if he came home late. And there's
Oh,
plenty of people that can attest to that.
yeah. See, that's bad. That's not good. Because then because I heard he was having to sleep maybe at the laundromat because that it's 24
Yeah,
hours.
yeah. Or sometimes even outside. He broke into a bus garage and he was sleeping on the back of an old bus. one night.
And Matt says Lake Odessa police went out Monday night. And Detroit Rock City says, wasn't it said that he liked to be in the company of older people?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
There was some school friends though that he hanged out with, because I've talked to a few of his school friends before he went missing, as well as after the fact.
Okay, so we have, and
He normally called between 7:30 and 8. He never got locked out for being late. That is not true. I have voice clips and text messages and other Facebook messages from Devlin himself that can attest to that. And I'm not the only one that he would call and complain and cry to about it. There's at least 4 or 5 people that I can drop names right now that can say the same exact thing that I'm saying. So nice try.
KJ Maxx says, did he get locked out for any other reasons other than being late?
I don't know.
Lil Redo says, what the fuck is really going on here? I mean, because that's the Matt's saying that he normally called between 7:30 and 8, but see, I thought his curfew was at 10.
Yep, his curfew was at 10.
And Matt says that he would have been violated for probation violation if he was late home.
Yep. You're supposed to anyway. I have a question though, because it's almost midnight here. You said that you were gonna do another one of these tomorrow night, right?
Yeah, I want to do another one tomorrow night and get some information from one of his schoolmates or people, a friend of his, we'll just say that.
So, like, is it at all possible to end this soon? Because I have no idea when my toddler's gonna be up, and the last 2 days I've had little to no sleep due to both my toddler, the night before last, and my neighbor this past night, and being on the phone with you all night.
I know. And I appreciate you too.
Do you realize that we were on the phone for 6 hours?
Well, and we also were able to get a recording of kind of your story too, with how everything happened. And I was hoping to get that out to people that way, yeah. And Kiki says, bless your heart. I know. It's like, um, so, but yeah, no, you definitely hop down. And I mean, because we've even been on here for 4 hours, and I think we got a lot of information. I think we got a little bit, I think we got somewhere today, just like a small baby step. But what do you think, Jess?
I mean, I just want my baby found. At the end of the day, the only thing that matters is where's Devlin. And there shouldn't be any sides in this. There shouldn't be, the Tait side, Jessica's side. There should only be Devlin's side. Devlin is the only one that matters.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Little Red's talking about the money and sleeping on a chair outside. It was said that that Devlin was made to sleep in the recliner outside, and if Matt cares to, chime in on that.
I'd like to chime in on that. I don't know who is saying that or where they're getting their information from, but I don't know nothing about my son being forced to sleep outside in a recliner at Tammy's. So, that I don't know where that's coming from. If Matt would like to chime in on that, he can go for it, but that's now not knowledge to me. To
Yeah, and
my
then
knowledge,
what
my
you
son was
said,
never forced to sleep outside in a recliner, to my knowledge.
right, and then also you just said that Sabrina had pushed him into the recliner.
Yep, because I have text message proof. The day after, my son told me I confronted Tammy about it, and I have proof of that. And I confronted her about that 3 days before my son went missing.
Yeah, and Matt says he never did sleep in a recliner outside. So I think that came from the locals' rumors.
Yeah, I
So,
don't know. I
um,
don't know where that came from, but it's not true. He either
thank
slept
you.
on the floor or on the recliner inside Tammy's house.
Okay, so he would sleep in the recliner inside her house, but then that's fine. I mean, that's better than the floor, you know?
Sometimes he slept on the floor, sometimes he slept on the recliner. He's a big boy.
Yeah, I'm glad we cleared that too, Kiki, because and that's the thing too, guys. And yeah, please let me know too. And I don't want to keep you too much longer, Jessica, but with the social media and the rumor mills, and then there's a lot of Facebook groups that are like putting things out there, right? We see this all the time in true crime. And so, there was a lot of misinformation being put out by locals too. And I know you addressed that earlier with, you didn't like people saying that you didn't want to talk because you did. And so, there's always going to be certain, information that's put out, and we can clarify it at any time, hopefully earlier rather than later. But, there's a lot of groups and stuff out there, right, Jessica, that are kind of talking back and forth.
Yep.
And so it gets, so I think that was something that was, like a rumor mill thing where, maybe somebody heard that he was sleeping in a recliner and maybe they thought it was outside or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, who knows where that could have come from. I think what Devlin was going through was bad enough. I don't think we need to make it worse by saying he was out there in a recliner. We need to keep it right. So, no, the lack of electricity is not a rumor. That came from Tamara herself. She said that she would cut him off from the electric if he was misbehaving or doing something she didn't like, right? Not helping
Yep.
around the house.
And not to mention to touch back base on the recliner and him sleeping outside in it. If my son was forced to sleep in a recliner outside, trust and believe I'd know about it.
Yeah, he would have told you, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because he was telling you about other instances.
Yep.
Yeah. And then Kiki wants to know, where was Sabrina when she called you? Was she out looking, or was she at home, or
When
where was she?
when Sabrina called me, supposedly according to her, she was out looking for him. I can't trust a word out of Sabrina's mouth now. So,
Mm. I mean, it's hard for me too that she stole the reward money too.
exactly. Exactly my point. But supposedly when she called me, she was out looking for my son.
Right. Yeah. And okay, so she was, because that's what she was saying in the news clip. She had said it was at 8 o'clock. She was out looking for him,
But
like
Matt
going to the
called me
places.
first.
Yeah. And then Kiki says, and was Matt and Sabrina together calling Jessica or calling separately?
They called separately. In fact, I believe it was anywhere from half an hour to 45 minutes after Matt's call that I received Sabrina's.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So, yeah, and they're just wondering too, because he would usually go to the laundromat to charge his phone,
The
because
laundromat or the library.
yeah, Matt said he was not allowed to use the electric to charge his phone until he did his chores. But if he was leaving early in the morning and going other places to charge it, I just see, here's my problem, Matt. And I mean, I'm not telling anybody how to do things, but my problem with that is that it's harder and on Devlin to go walking, all around town and using that electric, using that as a source um, than it is to just do chores. So, like, what were his chores? Um, KJ Mac was asking too, because
Devlin.
in my in my opinion, it'd be harder. And Jessica, you might know the answer to that.
Devlin is very, very hard headed. I don't know exactly what his chores are, but Devlin is very hard headed.
So he would probably go ahead and go to town then, and say, I'm not going to do my chores because you guys are upsetting me, or
Yep,
whatever.
yep, pretty much.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, he'd go to the laundromat to charge it. Would the kids he hung out with use him for money? Did he drink or smoke marijuana like kids do when they hang out? Or no disrespect intended. I was a teen once upon a time. This is Detroit Rock City. We love Detroit. She's one of my mods
To,
here. She's asking, was Devlin into kind of, whatever, drinking and
to,
smoking? That's what we do when we're young, right?
to my knowledge, no, Devlin did not do drugs. Devlin did not drink. He wasn't, really in a bad crowd of people. Like I said, I've spoken to a few of his friends before he went missing. Um, Devlin didn't do any of that.
Yeah, he was really connected to you. Like, it sounds like he really, like, let you into his life and what was going on, you know. KJ Maxx says, "Why was the electric the punishment for not doing chores? What were the chores what were the chores that were required?" Um,
I can't speak to what the chores were.
yeah, I mean, I'm just curious because I mean, chores to me would be like clean up your room, but he didn't have a room. Or like do the dishes, but then he wasn't eating at the house. So like I can't blame Devlin for not like saying, peace out. I'm gonna go to town, you know? I mean, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the family that had him, but that is a major red flag for me, you know?
When I first came in back into Devlin's life, like for the longest time, if he even wanted to talk to me, he had to leave Tammy's house. It only came about like when he moved back in after he had already left Tammy's house that he was allowed to talk to me in the house, and I started talking to Tammy. But in the very beginning, if Devlin wanted to talk to me, he had to leave.
See, that to me is not okay. Like, because I've talked, like you said, we talked for 6 hours yesterday. I wouldn't have talked to you that long if I couldn't, stand to be around you. And you seem like a very good mother who is just doing everything she can. And so that's where I really can't understand why they wouldn't try to at least give you the opportunity to have a relationship with him. He's choosing to speak with you, as we've talked about, and the more the merrier when you have people in your life. And Devlin needed you at that time, in my opinion, because he did just lose, Bill Tate, right? So,
Yeah.
and then Matt also agreed that, he and Ashley had talked about it recently, he said, and that they, thought it was a good idea for Devlin to
It,
have you in his life,
if
so that's
if
good.
that's the case, though, explain Ashley's screenshots.
Well, he said after Bill passed, so I don't know. Oh, you know what? You're right, because if he passed in 23 and those were from 24, maybe she was telling maybe she was telling Matt something different than she was telling you or something, or maybe they were just talking and she agreed with him, but
And
uh
I'm sorry, but my son deserves to know where he came from, 'cause he sure in the hell didn't come from them, no offense.
well, and here's the thing. Kiki says punishing with not feeding him, not letting him use electricity is not right, period. Or the floor. Sleeping on the floor is not, I mean, it just it's not right. Yeah, but if he spent all of his EBT funds, how was he buying stuff at Carl's?
No,
So
no,
that
no, 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 no. his EBT card is able to be tracked. He made like something like a $10 to $15 purchase or whatever at Carl's. After that purchase, he has close to $200, if not a little over $200, to this day still on his EBT card. It has not been used.
Wow. There we go. I mean, and that's the thing. Matt says he bought and fixed his own meals until he spent all of his EBT funds. But see, if he had 200 still, um, Matthew, did he have to buy his own food after no more funds? He couldn't eat at home? Question mark. I mean that, yeah. I mean, look, you're dealing with a lot of mamas in here. We do not treat our kids like this, you know. And to me, Devlin's a kid. He could be my kid with how old he is. Still, you know, he could have been my son, and I would never cut him off from anything like that, ever. I would never want him to feel like he wasn't loved.
Thank you.
Period. Yeah. I mean, it breaks my heart. It could make me cry for him because he's just
Matt just said I bought food and he went to Mama's Market Food Pantry, whatever that is.
oh, maybe it's the food pantry there in town. It seems to me, KJ Mack says that he was with people who did not have effective strategies for dealing with him.
But I really don't, want to end this before it's done, but I really have to get some sleep.
Yeah, get some sleep, Jess. I appreciate you being here. I'm gonna go ahead and sign off, but we'll be back tomorrow, and we'll get together on a time because I know we're 3 hours apart. But
Yeah.
thank you for being here. I really do appreciate you, and you get some rest.
Thank you for getting a hold of me. At the end of the day, the only thing that matters is where's my son. You know, my son needs to be found.
Absolutely, that's all we care about, right? And we're thankful to have everybody in the chat being respectful tonight. And you guys are an example for other families out there that we can put differences aside. And even though we can staunchly disagree on things, we still need to put Devlin first, put the kids first. So yeah. Well, we love you, Jessica. We'll talk to you later, girl.
Thank you. I'll talk to you later.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you, everybody.
All right, guys. So that's Jessica. She's a good gal. I really have had a pleasure getting to know her. Thanks, Kiki. Yeah, I mean, we got to get somewhere. We can't just shut people off. And if they're willing to talk with us, I think it's a good thing. And I appreciate everybody being so respectful and kind to each other in the chat, even when we disagree. It's okay because in it takes all of our brains to work together to understand what could have happened to Devlin. It really does. It takes all of us. Um, so I appreciate that. And yeah, thanks, Matt. He says, when he lived here, I tried to fix family meals. It isn't always possible. Yeah. And I mean, believe me, some nights I don't want to cook, some nights I don't want to cook. Kiki says, I understand. Thank you, Panda Bear's mom. And thank you for answering so many questions, Matt. Yeah. Thanks, Robini. I mean, it's just an example, guys. And I hope everybody gets a chance to watch this live. And I would really encourage people to take from this family and see that even though they disagree, and even though there's very, very tough situations and deep wounds, they know that their family member's missing, and they're here to help find him. And I appreciate that, because we don't always see that. And thank you so much for Kiki being our special guest as well tonight. Thank you, Kiki. But we're going to keep the conversation going. We need to get Devlin's name out there. And it's been 5 months, so thanks, Town Chat. Yeah, and we appreciate clarifying. And here's the thing: everybody's going to have a different perspective on things, right? So I appreciate having Matt's perspective. I appreciate having Jessica's perspective. I just know that she has gone, all of this time without being able to come up and voice her, her story, tell her stories, tell how it is. And from her perspective, that it has to be so frustrating, and it is step by step. I understand you're not going to always agree, Matt, but I appreciate you being here and talking with us in a civil way because we don't always see that. That's something that is rare, but we got to make it about Devlin. Hey Don Emery, hey hun. And KJ Maxx says, did he have therapies while he was still in school? Is this where the strategies would have been developed, leaving him vulnerable as he isn't really a strategy in the time leading to this? Well, and that's I just think it could have been prevented. So it really could have been prevented, in my opinion, with just giving him a little bit more love at home, to where he didn't have to feel like he was out there surviving. So, um, yeah. Yeah, and it's about getting the full picture. He went to mental health and other doctors for his issues. Well, and I'm glad to hear that he was at the doctors, and figuring out what could be going on. I think a lot of it had to do with him, missing his mom. I do, and we're all gonna take grief in a different way. We know, Jessica's confirmed, everybody's confirmed that he was having a hard time with losing Bill Tate, and that was, his adoptive dad. And so, of course, he's going to have a hard time with that. Yeah, really good. We could be adults and move forward, in my opinion, right? Yeah, because I mean, and I appreciate Matt. He probably doesn't agree with everything I'm saying, but he's still here. So I appreciate that. That's a family member that wants to find out, what is going on and where you know, their family member is. And, according to Jessica, even though the family tree is a little bit hard for us to understand from Devlin's perspective, that was his brother, Matt's his brother, Tamara's his sister, and so on. So thank you, Holly S. Says you're making a difference, Lady Freedom. Thank you, Holly S. And I have to say Kiki too, because I couldn't do it without you up here, Kiki. We were keeping everything cool in the chat. That is such a good thing. Um, yeah, and his dad was a big trigger for him. Yeah, I'm sure. Which left him looking for relationships, and he wanted to be close. That's why I do think Devlin was in very vulnerable situation, going through um, a very tough time, you know. So yeah, we're very meticulous, right, Kiki? So, well, guys, I so appreciate you all being here. We're going to keep up the conversation about Devlin, and I hope that he's found. I hope we don't have to keep the conversation going on for too much longer. I hope we can find him. I know his mother just can't wait, to give him a hug. And it does. It breaks my heart. So thank you. I enjoy working with you too, Kiki. It's so much fun. We always have a good time. And thank you to Panda Bear's mom. Thanks, guys. And Town Chat. Thank you for being here, everybody. Please keep Devlin's information out there. This live is probably going to be the most accurate so far, I think, right? Where we got all these opinions and we all have all of these confirmations, and there's still disagreements, right? But it's okay. Everybody's going to perceive things differently. It's just about really kind of getting to the bottom of what has happened to Devlin. So, um, everyone, have a wonderful rest of your night, and I will see you tomorrow night for Late Night with Lady Freedom. Because it's Sunday, I won't do a day show. All right, guys, you all take care. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kiki. Thank you, Holly S. Yes, he will be found. He will be found. Yeah, thank you. All right, guys.